All right, I think we're live. Pretty sure it's the first time I've gone live in a very long time. But here we are, as you can tell by the title there, the thumbnail behind me. We are getting into the demo, the beta. I don't know what you really call it, but it is TEW9 or TEWIX. They're calling it the public beta, but then they're also calling it a demo. I don't know. Anyway, so let me get rid of the full screen here. I haven't actually gone into anything yet. I've literally just started, essentially booted up the game, and then I've made the thumbnail for this stream. And now we find ourselves. So I've gone through the regions. So obviously the US, what it said there, it said TCW and SWF are basically falling, whereas all the sort of independent companies are starting to flourish as a result of the 2-year gap. Because obviously we're only in 2022 here in the Cverse, as opposed to obviously 2024 in real life. So yeah, the independents in the US are increasing. You've got Canada who are flourishing with CWA. They've got the best wrestler in the world in Aaron Knight. And then you've got ACPW who are doing important things, sort of having an intergender roster with males and females competing against each other. Mexico, obviously, you got CILL. Oli died. That company is no more. And then obviously some of the other Mexicans, or the smaller Mexican companies, are starting to fall down a little bit. Europe's doing well. Australia's, or Oceania, I guess. Is it still Oceania? Yeah, Oceanic regions, with a combined New Zealand Australian flag. They're doing well as well, with sort of the emergence of WrestleWorld in Australia, which is leading to APW starting to become something. DIW still not really doing anything. And then Raw, I think it said, are slowly sort of falling down as a result of them sort of crucifying all the other smaller companies in the Oceanic region. One thing I haven't checked, let's actually go through the companies now. I didn't really go through and have a look as to who was where or what was sort of going on. I've literally just jumped straight in, made a thumbnail, because I had to go to work yesterday, unfortunately. I know I'm speaking very loudly here, but I had to go to work, despite being on leave. Essentially had to go in and deal with something, even though it was completely pointless. But anyway, enough about that. Let's get into some TEW here. So it looks like everybody, for the most part, is still here. Forgot to mention Japan. Japan, again, is very similar to how it was, albeit the region has recovered from the earthquake back in 2020. So good stuff from there. Yeah, CILL, I think CILL, I can't remember which Mexican company it was, and India. India has its first company as well, which is very cool to see. Might be a save I do in the future. They've got a lot of money. A lot of money. That's a lot. And they've got 34 workers as well, despite being an insignificant size company with 7.5 million. EILL, obviously, still doing big things. Got the probably the best roster they've ever had. Just going down here. Doesn't look like any of the American companies have fallen. The SWF, who are still big size, and then TCW, who I believe we're still medium size, but I think we're very close to big. And then US Pro is still huge. Yeah, doesn't really look like anything's changed. Like, sort of no new companies apart from obviously Delhi Superstar, and then Oli's gone, essentially. I can't see any new companies there, which I think is, I mean, it's only a 2-year period, but I was hoping for at least 1 or 2 other new companies, whether it be in Australia or somewhere else potentially. I mean, I feel like the US, with WrestleWorld being created, would have had another company or two sort of trying to get into the game, if that makes sense. Maybe we'll have some early debuts for companies. Who knows what's going to happen? Anyway, let me take a look here. I want to take a look at the roster, but obviously there's so many new features. I don't even know what half of them are. To be honest, we're going to learn all this stuff as we go. Yeah, let me have a look here. I haven't even really looked at all these buttons here. They do look pretty similar for the most part. Obviously, booking teams different. Also worth mentioning, we're going to be rolling with this for the entire beta. We got Rowdy Ryan Robertson, who I guess is sort of the Texas avatar that was originally in the 2020 version. Gone with him because obviously TCW is, I believe, Mid-South based. So I think he'd be a pretty cool person to come in and essentially be the owner. We're going to be the owner. I'm not going to go with a head booker at the moment. But this is booking team. So we are the head booker, obviously with the owner of the company as well. We've only got a booking skill of 68. And the team we've got currently is Joel Bryant, 72, Dean Daniels, 82, and Human Arsenal, 76. Also, if you guys haven't seen yet, you probably have, but all the pictures are now AI generated. So they look like real people, and it is probably going to transform the way the Cverse looks. I'll show you a creative meeting before we get into the roster. Is there even a roster button here? Right there. That's what the pictures look like. They look very small, which I'm not a massive fan of, but I would have liked them to maybe have been a little bit bigger. But we've got these different backgrounds now, which you can actually change, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's Aaron Andrews. Kind of looks like Aaron Andrews a little bit. Who else we got? Bart Biggins, Benny Benson. They're obviously all based off of the original TEW art, which I think is very cool as well. Got Bradford Peverell, Bradley Blaze, who literally looks exactly the same. Brent Hill, who looks very old, now 51. So it looks, I mean, the roster doesn't really look that different. It's probably not going to be that different for the most part. We'll probably have a few younger guys that we're not really too familiar with. Quentin Queen stands out. He used to be, I want to say Pittsburgh Steel. I can probably just look up here. But he was definitely, maybe, was he unsigned? I think he might have been unsigned. I'm sure there's a way to look at his previous. I like that contract page. That looks really nice. But I'm sure there's probably a way to look at him in a bit more detail. So there's job history. There we go. Yeah, so February of 2020. So he got signed essentially a month after 2020 dropped, which is interesting. But I do remember him being unsigned. I think unsigned. I think I might have signed him for Pittsburgh Steel on a save I did off camera. You got Seth Whitehead. Lots of people are probably very familiar with him if you like the Cverse. He was in Developmental. Cool. Storm Spillane. He looks pretty cool. Definitely looks like his old Cverse picture. And Marvin Malloy's in here as well. He did have hair, to be fair. So there you go. And got signed up. When did they get signed up? They got signed up in August of 2021, assuming after Oli closed its doors. Potentially. Maybe just after. They was still wrestling for BCG and CZCW. Very cool. I want to have a little look through other people. Duke Freeman's a name I've never seen before. Dynamic Duke Freeman, Texas wrestler, Texan wrestler. I like his look. He sort of looks like a younger Adam Page. Let's have a look at his skills. He looks pretty good. Also, looking at the skills page here, it's slightly different because we've got psychology over here below the primaries. I guess they're primary and mentals, so they chuck the mentals down the bottom here as well, which is interesting. And then fundamental and physical is together. Although technically, I think that was together. Haven't played TEW for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, 10 days maybe. But he looks good. He actually looks like a potential tag team partner for my character. Where is my character? Rowdy Ryan Robertson. Another Texan. Brawler from San Antonio. Look at his skills. Probably nowhere near as good. But very similar styles. He's only 23 as well. So 23 for Robertson. And then 24, I think it was, for... Where is he? I've already forgotten his name. Duke Freeman. Yeah, so 24, 23. I think I found my first tag team already. Anyway, enough about that. Let's have a little look through the rest of the roster. I'm a big fan of TCW, as you guys know. We did have that TCW live stream. And I think I'm going to continue with this live stream going forward as well. Obviously, this live stream is going to be the first impression, sort of first gameplay video that I put out with TW9. But going forward, I think we will actually do a proper live stream series here with TCW, literally following on from this save that we start today, and we carry through the beta as well. So I'm liking that. J Cord looks very impressive, incredibly handsome as well. He's got that chiseled jawline. I mean, as you'd expect, he's incredibly good. He was already incredibly good. Jaylon Martins, 22-year-old. Also looks very good on the microphone. Lacking a little bit in psychology, but he looks like he's in the Syndicate for starters. The J Train. I do remember him as well. He was also in Developmental, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was at Mid-Atlantic with Seth Whitehead at the time. I don't remember Duke Freeman though. Maybe I do. I'm trying to think. It's been a long time since I played as TCW. So even like back on 2020, it was a while. I think they've still got these guys like Kamimura, and there's another one. Where is he? Daigo Goya from Pride Glory. They were sent on their excursions. I think wasn't there 3 of them? Oh, the Masked Mauler in TCW. Signed in 2021. And he's Masked Mauler 7. Interesting. I like him. His skills aren't too bad either. He's got good psychology at 66 for a 24-year-old. I think we can do some good stuff with him as a heel. You got T-Bone Bright, who I assume is probably... He won the TCW King of Kings in 2021. Big breakout moment. And based on his new picture, I always thought his picture on 2020 was a bit of a... Made him look a bit goofy. I don't know what it was, but that picture there, he looks like a powerhouse Hobbs almost. And he's 6'6", 280, muscular, and a powerhouse. So, yeah, he looks like he could definitely have a push. Anyone else? We still got One Man Army, which I assume we still have Doc Hammond up there. Yep, he looks very old. Still part of the Syndicate as well, which is interesting. I always took him out of the Syndicate. I feel like I'm probably going to do the same thing here and get him back with One Man Army, and we'll go back to having Scout and Guide, and bring him back as maybe the Old Wave. Rename him. Obviously, they were called the New Wave, but I think the Old Wave might be the play there, and we might even look potentially at bringing in a new wave to go up against the Old Wave. I don't know. Something to think about. Do you mind showing the SWF roster? Mike McDermott. Of course, we can do that. I'll do it after we finish TCW. I I have not given my overall thoughts yet, Cadet. We've only been live for how long? Let me bring the OBS back up. 15 minutes, which is a very quick 15 minutes, I must say. But we're going to do probably 3 or 4 hours here, and try and really like get into the game. Maybe even try and do the first 4 shows month, perhaps. But I want to have a good look through everything, and I want to try and find, or I guess maybe play out some of the new features. Try and wrap my head around them. This is literally my first touch of the game, essentially. Who else we got? Mighty Mo. Good old Mighty Mo. Yeah, he still looks pretty good. Still looks pretty good. Mark Speed. Still looks really good as well, despite being 38. He's getting up there. Greg Gage. I would imagine that, yeah, juicy feud with Jay Court over the World Heavyweight title. Yeah, so he was the television champion, and then he won the King of Kings in 2020, which probably solidified him as a main event talent. What about Chris Flynn? Has Chris Flynn done anything? He's a former TCW television champion, and that's about it. He's also 33 now. I was never a fan of Flynn. I always sort of either didn't use him or jobbed him out. I've got Killer Shark. Does look pretty cool. Looks very similar. Are they still together, him and Titan? I wonder how I can look at that. Personal details? Yeah. They're still a tag team. The Behemoths. But, yeah, I'm sure he's probably ready for a push, either him or Titan. I mean, they both look very, very similar. Still got Sammy back, 43 years old, which is very good. I mean, he's probably one of the best that we have, but yeah, I would assume he's very much in time decline. Did win the World Heavyweight title in 2020, despite being quite old. I assume he was probably 41, maybe 42 by that time. Who else we got? Still got Maverick. Never really a fan of Maverick, but there you go. Good old Matt Hocking. Ooh, stable. The main event. Have a look at that. Freddie Huggins, Matt Hocking, Roderick Remus. They are the main event. TCW's newest faction. Interesting. I guess Roderick Remus started to get himself over. Ultra arrogant group. I mean, I could see that. I could see that. Who's the actual tag team? I guess I should look at that too. Still got Divine Fortune, which is good. I was always a big fan. H2O. Stereo Super Kicks. I guess they're actually the current World Tag Team Champions. I like to see that the Cobras are yet to actually win the tag team titles. Obviously, the Behemoths are no longer the World Tag Team Champions. They, I believe, started on 2020. I would job Sammy back in 2020. Mike, mate, you're an evil bloke. I love Sammy back. And we've got the Elite still, who I assume would probably be very, very old. Chandler and Johnson. The Bruisers. Dominic Rizzoldi. Was he in New York City? Only 25. Where has he come through? He paid his dues on the independent scene. Dominic DeGraff. I remember him. I don't think he was signed anywhere either. Got a massive break when he was hired by TCW in 2021. Never going to be world champion, but a lengthy career as a solid mid-card heel beckons. Yeah, so they just signed him out of nowhere. He was on the independents, just doing nothing essentially, without like an actual decent sized company picking him up. Yeah, Dominic DeGraff. I do remember him. I think I might have even signed him potentially. Benny and the Fox, Jimmy Fox, Benny Benson. Not a lot of tag teams in there, I've noticed. Might be something we look at signing in the near future. That's one thing I'm really looking forward to as well. Anyway, I did say I would show the SWF roster quickly. Supreme Wrestling Federation. Let's just go to wrestlers. We'll see who they got. So they've still got Angry Gilmore, Adam Smasher, Bear Bukowski's still there. Cat Brandon James, Siaki. I'll just go through them nice and quick here. Des Davids, definitely a signing I'd like to make for TCW. I feel like he would be one of the biggest pickups you could get. Got Dominic D'Souza there as well. Always a good pickup. I think back on 2016, I remember trying to get him a lot. He went under a different name. Dominic, was he Midnight Prowler or something like that? I honestly can't remember. Did you see where Ernest signed? No. Now you've piqued my interest. Where is he? Oh, he's still there. He's still at Pittsburgh Steel. How good is he, though? He's pretty damn good. I think we're... You know what? Let's do this. Let's have a look at signing him. Unless... Pittsburgh Steel... Are they... They're up to the... Cult size? What's the... I forget what the... Is it medium? Whatever the next size above small is. Yeah, Ernest Youngman's still there. Obviously now the biggest star as well. Let's see if we can negotiate. How old is he? 28. Give him a 7-year contract. Be 35. Yeah, no, still in PSW. It's really weird. You'd imagine he would have been signed by one of the big three in America. Or at least, I mean, even CWA in Canada, he would probably fit there really well. Yeah, I mean, pretty much have to make him our first signing, really. And he might be our first big push that we make in the company. How could you not sign Ernest Youngman? I'm trying to think, who else is someone we can look at? The entire Steel Circle to have been gone from it. Yeah, I would imagine that a lot of these companies would have been raided. I know it's only 2 years, but yeah, thought they would have potentially taken a lot of that good talent from the I guess the smaller companies across the US. Let me have a look at titles because we haven't really looked at that either. So World Heavyweight Champion is currently Jay Cord. 82 Prestige World Heavyweight Champion. And just having a little look through, we've got, where are we? Aaron Andrews was up until the 31st of May, losing the title to Jay Cord, who held it for another 210 days, before losing it to Sammy Back, who held it for 245 days at, I would assume, a 42-year-old champion, and probably his last ever title reign. Depending on what we decide to do with him here, but yeah, and that ended in August. So 125 days, that means Jay Cord's been champion for his second title reign. Got the World Tag Team Champions, which is H2O. 67 Prestige title, not too bad. And they actually beat Tanner the Mighty and Mighty Mo, Mighty Meaty. And our current television champion is himself, Mighty Mo. And yeah, he beat Chris Flynn to become the television champion. Only held the title for 18 days. So maybe we give Mighty Mo a decent little television title reign. King of Kings, Greg Gage won it that first year. And then T-Bone Bright. So I wonder where Bright actually features, because he'd be another one I'd want to push sort of to the top of the card. Because he does look good, and is definitely fitting of a world champion, I believe. Purely based on his picture and his absolute mass and size that he's got. I mean, he does have the it factor. What's his star quality? 72? Pretty good. He's also really good on the mic. Really good entertainment skills there as well. And he's never held the world title, so I think it could be very cool. It's got 70 popularity across the United States, the US. Very interesting as well. Merchandise. We'll start upgrading that. We're level 9 out of 10. We'll just go level 10 rapid. It's nothing to really worry about there. What do we got here? Commentary team. Got Azaria, Rhodes, and Saunders. I think that's the same as it always was. Interesting that Azaria is on for pay-per-views, but he's actually worse than Sean Dokes. So I think what we're going to do there is literally change it to Sean Dokes for both events and for our pay-per-views. Sorry, for events and television. All right. Look at size. We are 75 across all the United States. You just booked your first show, Jeremy, in TW9. Nice. We're going to get to that pretty soon. I know we're nearly half an hour into the live stream already, but I've got to take a look at a few things. It's probably one of the best things to do when you first get the new game. We've been waiting for it for 4 years. I have personally as well. So yeah, 75 across the US. We're only 2 points away from going up to big size. I got 54 in Canada, low in Mexico, low British Isles, and we're low everywhere else. Broadcasting, we're on USA Free Choice and Ace. We do not currently have a Canadian broadcaster. So that's something we'll need to do as well. I may as well do it now, actually. Let's do it, because this is going to be our first sort of series. Coverage in Canada. Canada one choice for pay-per-view, medium-sized. What else have we got? Can't really do that because of the US coverage. We could go CBN on the go, commercial internet with small across all the all of Canada, sorry. Or we got ICTV, Maple Leaf Sports. They're very, very similar, although they're actually pro wrestling and very high risk. So you'd probably want to be on Maple Leaf Sports more so. OnDem, I forgot about OnDem. We got pay-per-view services as well. Pay-per-view for you, which is actually a very good pay-per-view carrier because it allows you to get some coverage in Mexico, but it is lower than the current pay-per-view deal we have in the United States. You got Udemand, and then we've got WrestleWorld. So for events, it's essentially going to be Canada One choice for pay-per-view services. Canada One choice actually have higher risk, which is good. And something medium risk there for pay-per-view services. We'll go Canada One choice. Actually, before I do that, let me go back and let's quickly check. Logan, Jake, and Jackpot would all be good signings. I think, yeah, Jake and Jackpot will bring in. I'll check Logan Wolfsbane as well. Maybe it could be a Ernest Youngman tag team partner, potentially. I guess very, very different styles for the most part. Oh, I guess they're both very technical. So maybe it does fit. They're willing to negotiate any. So I want to see the bigger ones as well that we could eventually be a part of. We need to be a big size company there. And we need big size there. We don't meet the popularity. They need 60 pop in 15 regions for this pay-per-view. Oh, it's only commercial terrestrial. With huge across US and Canada. Yeah, and it's probably, oh, it's medium sized. We fail. We're the wrong company product because it's a pure sports. That's very frustrating because that would have been a perfect one to get on. You got Netstream. We could get on Netstream. It's big across the United States, Canada, Mexico, big pretty much everywhere except Japan and Europe. And then medium across Oceania, and then very small again across India. I feel like Netstream would probably be the logical choice. I guess it's similar to WWE's Netflix deal for Raw. We'll keep taking a look. We need big size and 65 popularity for North America Prime Select. Only need 55 popularity in 5 regions of Canada to get on Premier Pay TV, which is what the SWF. See, I wonder if I tried to get to 55 because we're very close. I think, what are we, 53 or something like that? We're very 54. We're literally 1 point away from getting onto that. But I don't know if they'd take 3 broadcasters. I've made that mistake, on 2020 in the past. Oh. That'd be big pay-per-view coverage across Canada. We could essentially get on USA Sports 1 as well, which would be decent. Because it gives you big, at least for our TV show, big across the US, medium across Canada, and then small across Mexico. Even Midlands, which I think is England, or I guess British Isles. What do we need for Netstream? Just an upgrade to high quality. And that gives us big. It's pretty much covering every region. I think we just go with Netstream for our events. It does mean we're going to miss pay-per-view revenue though, which is a little bit frustrating, but ultimately it's really better to get popularity because then we can get better deals in the future. I mean, honestly, how's the hand? It's doing well. It's doing well. I'll show you guys there. That's the scar, I guess, or the wound healing itself. But surgery went well. The scar's pretty good. No pain or nothing. I'm actually, starting to work out again. Got a home gym, so I'm in there a little bit, just doing a little bit every night. Yeah, not too bad. It's actually doing really well. No damage. What else have we got? Who else is talking in here? Sign the other biggins. Be a popular jobber tag team. That's not a bad shout either. Taking a brief look at GSW and IPW when you get a chance. Yeah, we can do that. No worries, Keith. I really don't know what to do for broadcasting. Don't know what to do. I want to do Netstream, but I feel like that could be a bit of a mistake. I wonder what the... Alright, so production value up to high quality. Let's do it at least. It's fine. Production quality. Where is production? I've got to find it now. Everything's moved and changed. Production, there we go. Was it production values or was it... I've already forgotten. I think it was production values, but let me just double check. Production value, high quality. Okay. Production value, high quality. It's really not that much. Really not expensive at all. Okay. Let's take another look. What are they actually going to offer us? Do we do it for events and shows? I don't think we can. Actually, we're very big for our TV show. So let's leave that, even though it's only 15% of revenue generated for us. Are we going to get in trouble for doing this, though? That's what I wonder. Are we going to get in trouble? Because we're already on USA free choice. How long is this deal? Expires on February, so that's not very long. Wonder if I could just get a medium Canadian broadcaster up until that point. Will they do events for 3 months? This is the hard part. They'll give us late night or daytime, which I don't really like. So we could get 30% to ourselves, and we wouldn't pay anything in the deal. It's all very similar to the way it was last game. I think that's probably our best choice. We'll put another TV show on Netstream. That's a good point. That is a good point. We'll do this one anyway, just so we get something on Canada, because we need to get it up. How long did I actually do that for? I was not paying attention. April, so what's that? 3 months. Okay, perfect. All right, and then that's February. That's not great. That's also February. We might be stuck for a little bit in Canada. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's have a look at booking team. You have no stored creative energy, which is something I did actually read about. Each show costs 20C per hour to avoid being penalized. Can expect to be generating approximately 246 CE per meeting. Is there anyone else that's better? Brent Hill, potentially? Got 84 bookings here. Dean's already in there. Lloyd, got 77 booking. And Arsenal's already in there. Bob Bryant's already in there. Joshua Taylor. Yeah. Brent Hill seems like a decent choice to add to there. Let me look at Brent Hill for a second. Okay. So it says he's still got booking duties, but he's not actually in the booking team. Did I essentially take his job? I'm assuming I probably took his job. He was probably the CEO. And then I've come in. So I think we might alter it. Can I just add him to the team and make it bigger? I'm assuming I probably can. Yeah, I can. There we go. Brent Hill. Perfect. We'll keep it like that for now. I think there might be one more spot you can add. So we'll look at doing something soon in relation to that. Divisions. They are actual divisions. Hopefully not. Inner Circle. This is another new feature. So Inner Circle consists of a number of optional roles that you can hand out to people on the roster. You got enforcers, locker room leaders, head of talent relations, morale officer, senior referee, senior road agent, head men's trainer, women's trainer, travel organizer, and stooge. Interesting. So it can affect workers' morale. becoming loyal to you over time. That's interesting. Result in a morale penalty if you remove someone, so choose carefully. And to get an explanation of a specific role, please click on the actual job title itself. No worries, Ethan. Good to see you, man. Midnight on Canada's East Coast. Yeah, it's only 1 p.m. for me. And obviously, I'm off work at the moment, so you'll be able to catch up anyway. It's going to be like a 3-hour live stream, and you'll be able to find it on the channel page anyway. So yeah, feel free. Don't stay up late, man. Just head off, and I'm sure you can come back in at a later time. This all looks very complicated though, and I don't know, because I'm very prone to making bad decisions early on when I don't know what something is. I'm liking it already. I'm liking the C-verse anyway. I always like the C-verse though. I always find it very, very interesting. One thing I haven't looked at is events. That all looks exactly the same. That's pretty cool. I'm happy with that. I didn't really think they needed to change it. That's fine. Maybe they have changed it. Or I think they might have changed it back in the day. Back in the last game. Anyway. Highly recommend appointing a trainer. The trainer going to essentially train people and make them better on the roster? Like the younger guys? Is that the thought process behind trainer? If so, I would assume that Brent Hill would probably be one of the best choices with his psychology and basics, experience, respect, reputation, all that type of stuff. Very good in regards to that type of stuff. Who else would we have though? I guess Human Arsenal might be another one. Less so, but still good. Less so. Bryant maybe. Yeah, he'd be quite good. 100 basics. You know, good selling, good safety, good psychology, experience, all the rest of it. Disconnected. Reconnected. That is very strange. The stream just went down, I think. Weird. Anyway, Wolf Hawkins is probably making another decent one there. Yeah, literally, the stream went down. Very weird. I have no idea what that's just happened. That's just very, very random. I've never actually had that ever happen to me while recording a video or doing a live stream. There you go. Yeah, Hawkins probably make another good one. I think I'm probably leaning towards Brent Hill. Although, actually, you know what? Let's give it to... Where is he? Let's give it to Joel Bryant. I think he's actually slightly better. 86 psychology, 88, 97. Wonder if there's an actual thing I can look at. Go into here. Trainer. Training level. Doesn't really state anything about trainers. Oh wait, it does here. Okay. Does it have more to do with like us developing? Oh, hadn't really looked at this either. So this is our developmental, currently out at Mid-Atlantic Wrestling. You got Amazing Al Marine, James Carter, Joey Philly, who I remember being down there previously. Mean Machine 2, which is Rufus William. Pretty Paul Story. I assume is in a tag team with Amazing Al Marine. Warlord Fear and Warlord Hate. One half of the Demon Lords. Being made up of the descendants of two of the most legendary units of all time, the Lords of War and the Demons of Rage. So Brad is the grandson of Warlord Agony, while his partner, which is Hate, Rich Harper III, is the grandson of Demon Anger. They've been friends since childhood. Interesting. That's very cool. How good are they? Not exactly very good, which is probably why they're down in developmental. Yeah, they're pretty bad. That's perfectly fine though. They do look like a pretty good tag team, and they will, I guess, maybe in next year's game. They make people better. Okay, I think with that being said, how do I actually make him? Let's go to Joel. Still don't know who to do. We'll go Brent Hill. And how do we make him? How do I actually make him the trainer? Um, I would imagine it'd be on the screen. Go back to inner circle. I want that. Click on the. Okay, there we go. I worked it out. Click next to trainer. Perfect. Where is he? Brent Hill. Brent Hill has accepted the position. I think. Do we just make the head women's trainer? We don't even have women on the roster, so I guess we won't do that. And we'll work all this stuff out as we go on. What's the difference between an enforcer and a locker room leader? The enforcers impose discipline on the backstage area, lowering the chance of backstage fights. So the power may go to people's head, which then negatively impacts their behavior. Okay. So good respect and toughness, I guess, for enforcer. Locker room leaders are the core workers. The impact is heightened in the locker room. Be a pro or a con, which is obviously the positive or negative effect. Then be damaging to the backstage atmosphere. You have 2 or more locker room leaders who don't get on. So respect, positive role models, and they need to be taken care of so their morale doesn't get low. Also need experience as well, being in the ring. Active wrestler or retired wrestler. Okay, what does talent relations do? When you're in the locker room. Doggo's barking. So this looks like it'll essentially be an auto issue solver for us, head of talent relations. So well respected, has professional or people orientated personality, and does not have an active in-ring role. Holding the position means a worker will have a much higher wage demand. Okay. Morale officer, I'm assuming just does what it says, essentially changing the morale or trying to cheer people up, I would assume. Anyway, that's all good. Commentary is dealt with. I wonder if there's anything else that we have to really deal with at the moment. Corporate headquarters. I'm assuming we actually have our own corporate headquarters at the moment. Because it says we can sell it, so... Interesting. Okay. House shows. I'm assuming house shows are probably switched on. Might just turn a few people off. Sort of our biggest stars. Greg Gage. Just Jay Cord. We'll turn Jay Cord off as well. Probably Wolf Hawkins. Maybe the final one. Oh. Interesting. Can we not put ourselves on a monthly contract? I think we'll run with that. So Sammy Back, Wolf Hawkins, Jay Cord, Greg Gage, and Aaron Andrews will all be off our house shows. What day do we actually run TV show? Total Wrestling. We run it on a Tuesday. So setting up house shows. We probably don't want Mondays or Wednesdays. Thursdays, and when are our pay-per-views? Ooh. They're all on Sundays. Okay, perfect. So we'll do house shows. Ooh. Sort of I guess Thursdays and Fridays we can do house shows. We want to have a day off before the pay-per-view. And a day off again. So essentially from Sunday to Tuesday, we're not really doing anything, and then we're giving them a rest on Wednesdays. So only a 2-day loop. And we probably, I guess, just want to run all the regions in the US and then maybe Canada as well. I wonder how much popularity we would actually gain from running house shows in Mexico, or if it would actually do anything. I don't actually know if it would. No idea. Yeah, I don't know. We'll run with that, I think, for now. That's house shows sorted out. I don't really... I mean, I wasn't running house shows until the recent WCW My Son the Trader series I was doing. Anything else to do? Ticket prices? Probably go premium for our events. And then house shows go cheap. Just do it like that. Oh, just bang the microphone, smacked it. I feel like that'll be pretty good. I mean, training facility is probably the last thing I really want to look at. The dojo, 70% graduates. The facilities are only 28%. We're only expected to get 3 per year. So if we do 5% increase, cost 60,000. Running costs rise to 34,800, essentially 35,000. But we actually gain an extra student, so let's do that. The next one's probably 200,000 for a 5th student. Yeah, that looks pretty good. There is an annual class each March, with the students being mostly male. Very cool. Do we have storylines? We do. We've got TCW H2O. And it looks like they're in there with Divine Fortune at the moment. You got all 3 members of the main event, which is a bit of a weird stable name. We might change that. I don't know if I like the main event. We've got Mo versus Slater. Fast rising Flint Slater. Who's Flint Slater? Did I look at him? I don't think I did. Flint Slater, also a member of the Syndicate. The Rottweiler. MMA star turned wrestler. Put him through an accelerated training program at the School of Pro Wrestling. So he made his debut at Total Mayhem 25. The new mystery member of the Syndicate. Interesting. How good is he? He's not great, to be honest. He's pretty average. Below average, even. And he's also 29 years old. being a rookie. Okay. Not going to judge him too much, but I guess that's a storyline. We definitely know who's going over there. We've got My Generation, which is probably our big, world title storyline. In a battle of the second generation megastars, Jake Horde must defend against Greg Gage. There was never a Ripcord versus Sam Keith feud, so this is something of a dream match for old school fans. I agree, it's probably pretty cool. And they got Wolf versus Big Dog. T-Bone Bright. God, it's going to be a hard name to say. King of Kings in November. Victory was ruined when Wolf Hawkins jumped him during the coronation, claiming that Bright was unworthy. The Big Dog now has to prove his worth to Wolf in the best way possible by beating him in front of a pay-per-view audience. Loud cars going past. They're okay, those storylines. They're okay. I like this one. This one's pretty good. It's our World Tag Team title. Obviously, this one's television title, this one's world title, and then this one's sort of our, I guess, number one contenders feud, essentially. Yeah. Let's advance. We've got 3 days until our TV show. I think that'll do. Let's take a little look at a few other companies, and a few other signings. So, we had Logan Wolfsbane before, who is at Black Canvas Grappling. Very cool. Love that. Did I sign him on my 2020 beta series that I did? I can't remember. I think I might have, but I honestly can't remember. I've obviously signed him in a number of different series I've done. So he established himself at the top of the card for PSW and has also started touring regularly with BCG in Japan. He's the current PSW champion as well. Very cool. How good is he? He's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Let's sign him as well. Little bit unfortunate that I have to, essentially take him away from what he's doing. And I know you guys hate the 10-year contracts, but it is what it is. We're gonna go with a 10-year contract anyway. It's only the beta save. It doesn't really matter too much. I'm gonna give him nothing as far as bonuses. I think that's pretty much everything. So we'll get him signed as well. Love a little bit of Logan Wolfsbane. He's pretty damn good, along with a few other people. So the thing is, do I want to sign everybody that I know and love, or do I want to give everybody an opportunity and we actually take a look through a lot of people? Maybe not, during this live stream. Maybe we do it, or in the future, as we go forward, and maybe a month or two in the future. I just want to look through all of it. Anyway, let's who were the other suggestions we had? Obviously, we signed Ernest Youngman already. Jake Idol and Jackpot Jordan. Let's have a look at them. Jake. Okay. Jake Idol is also still with PSW. None of them have left. He is pretty old now, though, Jake Idol. 35. But definitely a good worker for the tag team division. We'll give him 5 years. Not covered. None of that. He wants about 10,000 a month. That's perfectly fine. We'll give him that money. Perfect. Confirm that offer there. And then we'll grab Jackpot as well. Jackpot Jordan. Again, also still with PSW. Apparently they're founding members of the Awesome Steel Circle faction. Let's take a look at that before I destroy that faction. Maybe we can actually bring that faction in. But let's give him the exact same contract there. 5 years. Not covered. No merchandise. Guess he's going to probably want 10,000 as well. as it's a 5-year contract, and he's sort of doesn't really have the popularity to be anything special. James Diaz is with CWA. He started off unemployed, just on the independent scene. It was probably a go-to signing for most people, and he's actually with CWA now, so that's pretty incredible. Definitely sort of unexpected to a certain extent. I just realized I've got my phone on silent in my pocket, so I can't even look at it at the moment. Not great. People trying to get in contact with me. Oh well. Let me just actually, I haven't actually looked at the stream, and I don't actually know what the stream's doing at the moment. So let me take a look at that. Make sure it's working fine. I assume it is, because you guys are watching, and obviously you're able to see and comment. You guys have been commenting a lot, so I do appreciate it. How many people we got in at the moment? We've got 12 viewers at the moment. Perfect. I do appreciate you guys. If you can drop a like, it'd be much appreciated. And hopefully we can just get this out to more of my viewers. And maybe some older viewers that haven't tuned in for a while, because they've been waiting for TEW 9 for the last 4 years. Anyway, yeah, James Diaz. Wow. CWA. Trying to think. Anyone else got any other sort of suggestions for people they want to see? I'm trying to think myself. Obviously, I haven't been playing the C-verse recently. I've been playing like a real world, the 2001 WCW Reborn, which is kept me away from the C-verse, which was, I guess, my focus for a very, very long time. But we got those guys. That's 4 signings now. I'm trying to think who's another good one that I would probably be interested in. Actually, before we do that, let's do this. Let's go to creative, hidden gems. Good old Papa Swole. Obviously, Ernest Youngman's in there. Texas Hangman's in there as well. Interesting. Is he any good? Because I remember he wasn't very good back in the day. And not very exciting in the ring. I feel like he would actually be a good, I guess we could maybe do like a Texas sort of stable. Got the Architect, who's now just called Mitchell Aldred over at Mid-Atlantic. He's very good. Very, very good. So he won the 2021 Ripcord Invitational. Part of me actually wants to sign him, but I don't really want to destroy Mid-Atlantic. Although, if I take one of their biggest stars, maybe they'll be more inclined to use my developmental workers more, potentially. I don't know if that's a thing, but potentially. We got Supermassive Destroyer, who's currently at New York City Wrestling. He's not very good, but he's only 22. He's also 6'10", 375 pounds or 376, with a muscular build. I don't understand how you can be that size and be a muscular build, but anyway, he's not terrible. He's probably just below average. But he's got good charisma, good star quality. This is the old screen that I'm probably more used to looking at. I like this screen a lot better. Yeah, I definitely like this screen a lot better. Brutal Remains, Supermassive Destroyer always turns out good. I want to bring him in, actually, just based on what I'm seeing. He's a big, massive powerhouse. But I feel like we could potentially put him with Mars Mauler as a tag team. And they could potentially go up against the Behemoths. I think that'd be a really good storyline. Maybe turn the Behemoths into faces. down the line. That's just a lot of man in a ring. I don't know. Let's do it. Not often do I really sign anyone out of Hidden Gems. 2020 was usually one of your go-to first choices for local to global. Him and Saeed Ali. Let's take a look at Saeed Ali, but yeah, we're gonna sign him. Supermassive Destroyer. We'll sign him as well. And I think that might be my last signing for now, anyway. Even if it doesn't work out with Supermassive, we could always send him to Mid-Atlantic. Wow. Doesn't want to be tied down for more than 5 years. So there's an actual play out to my 10-year contracts that I used to spam all the time. He doesn't want to have a contract longer than 5 years. That is interesting. That changes a lot. That's a good feature. I like that. Despite, my preference being to give everyone 10-year contracts, I do actually like that they've changed that. So yeah, 5 years it is. No bonus, perfect. The fact that I just offered him 15,000, probably should have lowered that. But anyway, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Where's he from? Home state of Kentucky. Interesting. And he does actually have Eddie the Beast Braddock as an alter ego. So if we decide to one day take the mask off him, we can do that as well. Perfect. We won't sign anyone else out of here. We don't really need Papa Swole. How good is he, though? Because he was very good. He's not as good skill-wise, but his entertainment stats and his star quality and stuff is still really, really good. He might be one for the future. He's only working for JSW, and he is their West Coast champion. I wonder what happened. Wasn't Papa Swole working for Mid-Atlantic, or did he always just sign with them? Or am I just completely missing the mark there? I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter too much. What is geotags? Allows companies to be restricted to certain venues and locations. Lower 3 potential tags, 1 for each of the first 3 company sizes. If filled in, when TCW of that size, they will only be eligible to run shows in venues and locations that either have a tag with matching text or no tags at all. Geotags are not case sensitive and you do not have to fill in. Okay. I guess when you're insignificant, you're only in San Antonio. Same thing for tiny, and then small, you're in all of Texas, I guess. But I guess now that we're medium size, we don't worry about that. We can do whatever region we want, I would assume. I don't know. Anyway. Is there anything else on this main screen that I haven't really looked at yet? Backstage. Backstage looks pretty much exactly the same. We've got quite a few negative influences there. I don't really like that. Yeah, not a massive fan of that. But let's advance. And let's see. I mean, I do like the screen that's still the same. Literally advance 1 day there. Okay, that's not exactly what I want. Let's advance to our next show. Looks like it's got morning and evening as well for advancing times, which is interesting. Okay. Alright, we got Logan Wolfsbane signing. Do I want him as a heel or a face? He's better as a heel. I like this though. This is pretty cool. So it's got some of these. I guess are they attributes? Yeah, heel attribute, and he's got will do stunts as well. Is that will risk injury and obviously better as heel? Hmm. Interesting. Okay. 42 in the tri-state as well for Logan. Yeah, he can come in as a heel. Like I said, he might be in a tag team with Ernest Youngman. We don't know yet. Got Jackpot Jordan as well. He's going to come in as a heel. And Supermassive Destroyer. Let me take a look here first. I'm assuming he's going to be a heel as well. But Mars Mauler is a heel, and they're going to be in a tag team. So we're essentially, I guess, kind of signing 3 tag teams straight off the rip. And they're all heels. Unless I go Ernest Youngman as a face, but I probably won't do that. He's also better as a heel and will risk injury as well. There's a natural heel, but can still play a baby face as well. I'm still negotiating. Cool. The Glorious One gimmick. Do we leave that up to chance? I think we'll leave it up to chance. It's perfectly fine. It's meant to be his actual gimmick. Same for Jackpot. Yep, that's all cool. I have changed a few of the settings. It was the only thing I really did, just to see injury frequency down to low, and death frequency down to low as well. I think I left everything else on this screen normal. I'm pretty sure. Apart from those things, and then my preferences are these here. I've taken crowd burnout off. I hate crowd burnout. Scouting, obviously, as well. I hate scouting stats. I just like to see what their stats are, see the improvements that they're actually making. All this stuff's already turned off. Pre-booking stuff, I don't like that anyway, so it's perfectly fine. I've taken off left off show complaints. I've unticked that. I might put it back on, but at least for the beta, I want it to be off because I don't want to get complaints and have to deal with that type of stuff. And then main event header mode, which I think is when my main event goes down to the bottom, which is what I prefer. I prefer opening of the show at the top, down to the main event. I think that's what that does. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But you can actually here enable CE requirements per show. So that is what that new feature. The CE, which is your booking team's creative energy. I want to say I don't know if it is, but that's also a thing there. So I unticked left or show complaints too this year, but you can give nights off, so I might leave it on. Yeah, I just saw that. I literally just saw that down the bottom here. Give the night off. I'm in agreement with you, Schnitzel. I think we'll take a look and maybe we might switch it back on, but at least for the beta as well, we might leave it off just so we don't get those penalties. And then after that, we'll see how we go. Anyway, let's get into it. I think let's get into it. Let's advance to the show. Hopefully, we can get Ernest in before that. And I did actually want to look at the. I wanted to look at PSW's stables because I want to see if we can essentially sign a stable from PSW to come in. All right, awesome. Ernest Youngman coming in. He'll come in as a heel. He'll probably turn to a face eventually anyway. And then Jake Idol will be a heel as well. Again, these are guys that we're very, very familiar with. These are just rival offers from PSW. Yeah, they're not really gonna offer anything too special to keep their guys. We pretty much just gutted them as well. That's pretty much their top stars. 4 of their top stars coming in. So let's add some more teams here. Any type. Mighty Media, they're inactive. How unfortunate. Huh. LA Connection. Obviously, the new wave, we are going to bring them back. I've got to do a few things storyline wise with the Syndicate there, but I guess we technically don't have them because they're not actually teams in our companies yet. So that will be Jackpot and Jake Idle. Rich and Famous. Yeah, Unit. Rich and Famous, perfect. I feel like Jake Idle looks a little weird. He doesn't look as sort of rich and famous as Jackpot Jordan does. But anyway, who else have we got? We have another team? No, but we have Supermassive Destroyer. Ooh, let me take a look at my phone for a second. I think we're going to name this after a Soundgarden song, this team. A playlist. Let me find it. Yeah. I like this. So, new team. And we're going to go with Supermassive Destroyer and the Masked Mauler. And this team is going to be called Black Hole Suns. As in the song Black Hole Sun. I know Sun is S-U-N, but Black Hole Suns kind of fits pretty well. So we'll make them a unit as well. Fill-in finisher. Oh, we can fill in finishers for him. I don't think that do they really need a finisher. Probably not. Let's add them in. So Black Hole Suns. I like that. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Play on words as well. With the Soundgarden song. And Suns, obviously, you know, they're both relatively young. And the Masked Mauler 7 is essentially a play on the previous Masked Maulers as well. I don't think we'll add Ernest and Logan into a team just yet. We might do that in the future. How many face teams do we have though? Something we need to look at. So Divine Fortune, American Cobras, and that's it. We've got what? 3. Benny and the Fox, Divine Fortune, and the American Cobras. They're our 3 only face tag teams. That's fine. That's fine. All right. The teams are added. PSW. Just want to take a look at that. Profile, stables, the Steel Circle. We've essentially signed the Steel Circle. We've literally signed them. So we might bring that stable to TCW as well. Who does Venus? She manages Ernest. I mean, I guess we'll bring her in as well. See what her stats are. She's not very good, but she's a part of the stable. We'll bring her in. I'm not fussed with it. And yeah, we'll give her a proper contract. She won't be here for the first show, but that's perfectly fine. Ooh, Legion of Blood with Wicked Lester, Death Wish, and Zomboy. Zomboy. Zombie boy, eh? PJ Dean. Reminds me of like PJ Black. Does he still have that negative attribute though? Scatterbrain. Huh. So he's scatterbrained, but he doesn't have the psychology to call a match. Interesting. Like the updated photos for workers. So do I, man. It makes it look a lot more like real life, I guess. It's probably the best way of putting it. While being a created universe. Definitely a positive. Anyway. Yeah. So we do actually have the entire stable now of the Steel Circle. I think we'll bring him in as the Steel Circle as well. Ooh, Logan Wolfsbane was actually in the stable as well. Okay, so we literally have the entire stable because Logan's going to come in as a heel. I guess technically we will actually put Logan and Ernest together. Very cool. Very good to see as well. Anyway, let's advance. Ooh, okay, this is a different screen. I've never seen this one before. Question the mark. Good to see you, man. You were just playing with TCW. We're about to get into the first show, and this is my first time seeing this screen as well. So give the night off. Permit some of your workers to take the night off. They will not affect the locker room, but will be unavailable for you to use. They may work for other companies that employ them tonight. Okay, that's interesting thing. How do we advance? Okay, do we have to do all of these things before we get in? So select tonight's venue or location. We're expecting 5,800 fans. And again, it looks like we can still, you can do a generic venue or you can just go to different areas by the looks of it. So we can go to Austin, Texas. We're only going to, you know, pay what's estimated here. Got Corpus Christi. I mean, I probably want to stay around Texas, I feel like. We can pretty much go anywhere. I mean, Dallas would probably make the most sense. Okay, so the maximum capacity for a generic venue is 15,000. Okay. But this is a location, so it's very different. Sure. No pre-show incidents. And we got a booking team meeting. So here we go. This is going to be another interesting part of some of the new features here. PSW is in a bit of a rough shape. I feel like they would be in a like really rough shape if they lose Wolfsbane and Youngman, which I assume they probably would lose maybe after 6 months or so if you are playing as them. But I don't know what their size is. I wonder if they're actually close enough to being able to offer exclusive written contracts themselves. And if you would take the monetary loss to actually, you know, tie down Ernest and Logan as your future going forward, could be a very, very interesting series, PSW this year, which I would be very tempted to play. All right, so you can spend the energy to boost angle, storyline, and finishes, etc., as a result of the creative energy. Okay. Bonuses and penalties are applied. General meeting with a total of 213 CE. Came into the meeting without any CE stored. Requires 40 CE, 20 per hour for basic booking creativity. Is automatically being deducted from your total. Final stored amount is 173. Okay, so this is the screen where we can actually spend the points. Add depth to a worker's character and boost the worker's morale. Storyline idea. Be deployed to give a storyline rating a boost. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. That'd be good for going into pay-per-views. I feel like you give a storyline a boost going into a pay-per-view match, it's probably going to do better. Can be deployed to a new gimmick or greater chance of being successful. I might actually do that for Ernest. Right now, potentially, because he's going to debut on this show. So is Logan, potentially. Angle idea, deployed to boost an Angle's overall rating. Again, that's only going to be helpful. And the same thing there for creative finish for a match. They don't have to be used on the show. Okay, so we don't actually have to use them right now. I do want to use the gimmick, though. A gimmick idea, yes. Success rating, a surefire hit. So purchase a gimmick idea. These are shown below, blah, blah, blah. Choose a name for it before you can do anything else. I guess EY gimmick, maybe? Cool. I think we'll do that for this show, and that'll be the only one we use. I want to, I guess, surefire hit. I'm assuming that's probably the best one you can get. Hopefully, the highest. And then stored. I guess do we use it in the actual show? Locker room incidents, backstage rumor mill and overdrive after Elliot Thomas and Nick Booth apparently got into a heated argument. Nick Booth has the troublemaker personality. I don't like Nick Booth. I'm not a fan. Azario and Joel Brown have apparently been hanging out together recently. That's good. Okay. Head men's trainer Brent Hill ran pre-show training drills to work on basics and safety for 6 students. That's also very cool. I like that. Another good feature. Okay. Address the locker room. Make a pre-show speech. Interesting. Okay. Another new feature. The backstage is a lot more interesting in this version. Yeah, I agree. Just looking at this looks a lot more in-depth. Similar sort of things, obviously, but calling out specific workers. Team bonding. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That makes sense. Metal. Does anyone have any issues? No one has any issues. That's good. Okay, so you can call people out. I have one locker room leader. I only have the one at the moment. I didn't really want to choose just yet. Team bonding is a good one. Yeah, I figured as much. Then you got the old classic pull a rib. Let's rib someone. Let's rib. Where is he? Flying Jimmy Fox. Why not? And he sees the funny side. Okay, lovely. Oh, all right. What is this screen? Broadcasters. Okay. Back to the main screen, and this is the show booking. So it's all very, very similar. Cool. Okay. And here's our stored creative idea down the bottom here. You can deploy a gimmick idea from the roster screen when assigning a gimmick change. So does that work on actual original gimmicks? Like if they're a new member of the roster and they're about to debuting gimmicks is what I'm asking. I honestly don't know. All right, let's book the show. So our main storyline, the main event storyline, I guess, is Gage versus Cord. Really doing anything with Aaron Andrews, are we? Okay. Try it. I will try it. That's a good idea. that's exactly what we're doing here. All right. Add match. Main event. Who's the face and who's the heel in the main event storyline? Probably check that. J Cord is heel, so I guess Greg Gage is the face then. He is indeed. Okay. Angles are a lot different, but the quick angle system is the way to go most of the time. And you can't spam success in this one either. Ooh, okay, that's going to make things interesting then. It won't be too much of a change, but I guess it'll be slightly different. And storylines will probably be a little bit more, a little bit more difficult, I would assume, as a result of that. So let's go tag team match. We're going to start off strong, so let's go Greg Gage, T-Bone Bright, taking on the heel team of, Wolf Hawkins and the world champion Jay Cord. I'm going to go 20 minutes on that one. Oh, I need to sit up out of my seat. I like that the American Cobras are in TCW. Yeah, I feel like they deserve it. They, especially on 2020, they probably put in their big work. Really good renders or AI pictures. Yeah, they're definitely AI, not renders, but yeah, I think they're AI renders of all the original, I guess, render pictures to make the workers look similar to how they did in their previous pictures. I think what I want to do here is we're going to give Wolf the win. The loser's going to be T-Bone. Outside interference. Outside interference finish. Onto T-Bone by Doc. And yeah, maybe who are the other members of the Syndicate? Because the Syndicate's all new. I don't know who the other two members are exactly. So let me book that for a second. I want to go back into stables. Okay, so Jaylon Martins and Finn Slater. And Jalen Martins is actually pretty good. Okay. Let's have another interference in the match as well with Greg being attacked by Jalen. Cool. Flint Slater replaced Chris Flynn. They both have ankle lock finishes too. Okay, Chris Flynn was pretty terrible. So yeah, I guess Flint Slater is also pretty terrible as well. That's the main event. I think we'll do a... Oh, here we go. At angle. I guess that's the... It looks very complicated, I must say. Quick angle, I guess, would probably be the way to do it. Oof, God. This looks very, very... I do like this, though. This is very cool. Slater has a lot of pop because of his MMA background. Makes sense. So in the ring, you got in the ring, backstage, outside broadcast. Then you got interviews, cutting promos, hype videos, beatdowns, brawls, saving the day, contract signings, and stare downs. This is a feature I am very, very happy with. That is incredible. Exactly what we needed. Assuming, yeah, they're all different. So let's have a promo, and let's have Jay cutting a pre-match angle onto Greg. Yeah, that works. The world champion cutting a promo. I don't like that there's not an auto name here. But that's fine. We can start typing again. Do multi-part angles too. Okay, that's also very interesting. But I'm probably gonna have to move my my microphone slightly. from now on and have it slightly offset so I can type properly. Cord cuts promo on Greg Gage. I guess cuts rematch promo. How do we save that? Phil Angle. Yes, okay. Okay. There's the multi-part. So you can have 5 parts to an angle. I also only had that be 5 minutes. I want to make that 6 minutes. I guess you can just go like that. In the ring, interview, live, content type, generic. Interesting. So character development, storyline development. Wonder what generic does. Okay, so staff is road agent. Okay, Brent Hill makes sense. Yep, that's all fine. Like, do I want to have it be generic? Have it be scripted and then an explanation. We'll leave it as generic for now. Although, no, we'll go storyline development. What do we got in road agent notes? Okay. Okay. There's your storyline victory. That's what you were talking about, question the mark. So it's got the storyline, it's got a winner and a loser in that storyline angle. Interesting. Okay, so maybe it would probably be more focused, like you said, to a brawl type angle. We alter workers. I guess you can auto name it down here. Okay, that's cool. There we go. All right, that's an angle. That was. I feel like that was more difficult, but I like that it was more difficult and that it was longer to do because we now have greater ability to, I guess, make our angles exactly what we want them to be, if that makes sense. I like that we can choose exactly what it's going to be, whether it's a backstage interview, a hype video, a brawl and save, all that type of stuff. That's really cool. So let's keep booking. So I think we're going to have a television title match on this show as well. So let's have Mighty Mo take on. I think wasn't he taken on Flint Slater? Take some getting used to. Yeah, it's definitely going to take some getting used to, but it's the same. It's the same thing that happened with 2020. We've got a 10-minute match for Mighty Mo versus Flint Slater with the television title on the line. Make that open. Script decisive. They've changed decisive to clean. Okay, I like that. I have to go back into the main event and fix a few things in there because that needs to be a tainted victory as well. Where do we put the title on the line? Interesting. They've moved that as well. Have they? No. How do I put the title on the line? Up the top titles. Whereabouts is that? Go back. Oh, gone too far back. Next to booking detail. Okay. We'll rebook that match. So Flint taking on Mighty Mo. That 10 minutes auto name. Need to change that product actually. Taking a look at seeing if they've actually changed anything else. It all looks pretty much the same. Yeah. Even the match types are all the same. Cool. And we want Mighty Mo to win. Bang. Is it on this screen here? Okay, I found it. Yeah, it's fine. Titles. There we go. Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. It's kind of little. I don't know if I like that. I know it's just above where the name is for the segment, but yeah, it's they're kind of very little buttons. I feel like they could take up a little bit more space potentially, just to be sort of slightly above this area up here, and just make them a little bit bigger. That'd be, I guess, easier to see for someone like me. So that's fine. Again, we're only expecting 70%. Let me go into here. So we want loosely enforced face and heel divide. And we want to take off matches called in the ring. Save that. All right. What else are we doing? So I think I want to have, I guess, earlier on the card. I suppose we can do it now, actually. Let's have Ernest teaming up with Logan. It's Youngman. They can take on... We sort of need faces. I mean, Duke Freeman doesn't have a lot of popularity, although he's incredibly good. So I probably want to push him in the near future. You can actually see what the finishes are. It's cool. Everyone's got like a lot of popularity. Do I maybe just do angles for Ernest and Logan at the moment? I guess maybe for all of Steel City. Do hype videos. I don't know how well they're going to go over. Full Moon Rising is a running enziguri. Cool. This is frustrating because I want to push Ernest and I want to push Logan. They've got no popularity in this region. So it's very tough. So I don't really want them to be losing at the start here. I feel like they're pretty much going to have to at this point. Let's do an angle instead. Let's do an angle. Maybe have them in a 6-man tag with a well-known guy. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Let's do that. Good suggestion. Who is going to be that well-known guy? Taylor? Yeah, Taylor works. I think we'll go with Joshua Taylor because I probably wasn't going to use him, to be fair. So Taylor can team up with Youngman and Logan. And they can go on to face... Benny and the Fox. We'll chuck another random face in there, maybe like Elliot Thomas or something like that. Bradley Blaze. I feel like Bradley Blaze and Duke Freeman could be a good tag team as well. Bradley from Texas. He is from Dallas, Texas. There we go. That could be a decent little way to get Freeman up into the mid card. We'll go Elliot Thomas, I guess. He's got cool momentum anyway at the moment. Or do we go Rowdy Ryan Robertson, which is my character, and Bradley Blaze, who are both 6'5", and both from Texas, wearing cowboy hats. Could be a good one. Could make it. Like I said, I did throw out there a Texas-based stable. Made a stable with Blaze, Freeman, and Peveril, the Wild Bunch. Yeah. Well, instead of Peveril, I guess we could go with Ryan Robertson, Rowdy Ryan. The old country boy gimmick. That could be a good little stable as well. Anyway, let's not worry about it too much right now. Let's go into Elliot Thomas. Yep, save that match. Perfect. Again, just 3 minutes long. We'll give the win to Taylor, and the loser can be Thomas. We'll keep it open, script, and clean, I think. We can keep it clean because Joshua Taylor is going to be very over. 65 popularity. Yeah, 57 there. Benny Benson's probably a little bit lower than that. Oh no, he's actually higher. 60 for Benny. And then 41 there for Thomas. Hopefully that'll do it all right. And I just got out of it, so we're going to have to rebook it again. God, frustrating. As I quickly book this one back in, I think on the next show we'll just maybe give an angle to all 4 members of Steel City, and go from there essentially. Benny and the Fox and Thomas, and save Taylor to win. Loser to be Thomas. We will make that one clean. Book it. There we go. All right. What other storylines have we got going on? Let's go a T-Bone Bright angle. Or actually, we'll go a backstage interview because we can do that now, essentially. So quick angle. Rowdy Ryan is one of the default characters that you can sign from pretty much the start. So he's like your Jack. I think it's Jack Holder now, but your Jack avatar. I think he's Big Tech's avatar from 2020. He's essentially the same type of guy, if that makes sense. So let's go interview. Interviewee is going to be T-Bone. Interviewer will be Azaria. And the target will be Wolf Hawkins. I guess instead of just Wolf, we can chuck in Doc Hammond and Jalen as well. Nice. Segment name. Right is interviewed backstage in relation to Hawkins. I guess we'll call it the Syndicate. Backstage in relation to the Syndicate. Fill an angle. Yes. Give that 6 minutes as well. And I think that's pretty much it. Improvised. I think we'll script that one as well. What have we done there? Did I not just make it? Oh, I have to save details. Oopsies. Okay. I would like to maybe start experimenting with the different types of angles in relation to the content. Yeah. Like this interview, I feel like it could be a serious interview. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. We move on. World Tag Team title storyline. Divine Fortune versus H2O. Maybe just a singles match. Who are the actual champions for the tag teams? So it's Huggins and Hocking. Okay. I think we'll do a Hocking versus Daryl Divine match. Daryl Divine versus Hocking. I was always a big fan of Matt Hocking, so good to see he's actually got a title for himself at the moment. We will give the win to Daryl, though. The faces will go over in this one. And we can probably call most of these matches. 74 psychology for the Hocking. I'm going to assume that Daryl, has good... Oh, only 67. I mean, we can call it anyway, but that's a little bit lower than I expected for Daryl Divine. Yeah. Oh, luckily caught that sneeze. Oh, that was bad. But yeah, I think I want to do maybe an attack and save with Divine Fortune. So we might add another match in here as well. Probably should have added a few more storylines, potentially. Let's see, who we haven't used Sammy back, and Aaron Andrews doesn't have anything to do either. But Andrews is a face as well. And Sammy back is probably a face as well. We might just do like a little thrown together tag team match. I don't like that Dazzling Dave Diamond has a cowboy hat in his picture. Andrews has creative control. Oh, that is not good. Oh. Is there a way to see his current contract? Might not want to lose angles. I hadn't even thought about that. Ugh. Okay. That's interesting though. Let's do this. So we'll have him and Sammy. They can just take on a heel tag team. Probably not the Behemoths. Maybe the Bruisers. We'll go the Bruisers. Perfect. We'll give them 10 minutes as well. We'll give Andrews the win. That's fine. That can be clean as well. Just a nice little match there. I might put it before this one, and then we're going to go another angle here. Quick angle. This one's going to be saving the day. Yeah, so Chance Fortune's going to come in and save Daryl Divine. I love this angle. This angle making is very, very good. Very good. And then our three attackers are going to be Remus. Have I forgotten his name? Oh god, I couldn't even think of playing without scouting. With scouting, sorry. Scouting is probably one of my biggest pet peeves imaginable in any game I ever play. Like Football Manager, for example, same sort of thing. TEW, same thing. I just like to see the stats and I like to see improvement. I can't not see improvement. Um, so it's Huggins and Hocking. Okay, Freddie and obviously Matt Hocking in there as well. Despite him just being in the match, he can actually change. Interesting. He can change the type of. Huh. He can change what type they are in here as well. Whether they're an attacker or a victim and all these other different things. Bodyguard, character development, cameo, background player. So what are we calling this one? They're essentially the main event. So we'll get that one in as well. Again, 6 minutes, save, improvise. We'll script that as well. Pretty much want everything scripted. Cool. I guess we'll have minor storyline video. Minor storyline victory, sorry. And I guess we'll have maybe Roderick over Daryl. And that'll lead to a match against those two the next week. And script everything by default. Yeah, Timo, I know you can do that, but I still like to call certain things, like certain matches and obviously certain people that I trust with really good entertainment stats. I'm very happy to have them be improvised, but when it comes to like mid-carders, upper mid-carders, I'm probably going to script them no matter what. So yeah, the main event are going to attack Daryl Devine post-match, and then Chance Fortune is going to make the save there. I like that. That looks good so far. What else are we going to do? Let's do... Probably have a squash match, maybe. They're pretty much all heels except for 3 of them. We're going to borrow Joey Philly for this show, and then I'm going to have him be in a squash match. Maybe not a squash match, but a 5-minute match, shall we say. That's probably not going to be open. Let's have the Masked Mauler versus Joey Philly. Give that one 5 minutes. With the Masked Mauler going over. I said it wasn't going to be open, so let's script clean. Do we do a domination? Yeah, I wasn't going to use the Demon Lords. I went over them maybe just before you tuned in and had a little read about their profile. I do like them though. I think they could be a really good tag team for the future, similar to how their fathers were back in the day for different companies. Yep, that's all good. Let's do that. So just a little bit of a little squash match there. We'll go another tag match here. Probably want to have the American Cobras versus somebody. Have them take on Goya and Kamimura, I think. Their heel, yep, perfect. We'll go 10 minutes with it. I want to give the American Dragons, some decent time out there to put on a show. We'll go clean with them as well. Actually, let's go, instead of clean, we do like we'll do a flash pinfall. Quick clean flash pinfall. Done. Perfect. I probably want another angle here. I wonder if, can we use, go back into the 3-on-3, because this is going to be Ernest's debut. How do we actually use this? Or will it come up and when he actually debuts, potentially? Gimmick thing before the show, go to roster, I guess. I'll try that, yeah. Go to Ernest. Maybe the assassin gimmick. It's not really sort of changing anything there. Interesting. I'm thinking maybe like once we start the show, it might let me use it. I hope so. Otherwise, I've pretty much just wasted it. But yes, yeah, right there. Maybe gimmick details like that. No. Get to store creative ideas on the bottom. Yeah, it's not letting me use it. Nope. I guess maybe I have to assign a gimmick change first. So it can't be like a brand new debut gimmick. That would be my thought process behind it anyway. I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume that's probably the case. Anyway, that's perfectly fine. I'm hoping he'll get a good gimmick anyway. What else are we going to do? Give a new gimmick to him? I mean, I'll try and give a new gimmick to him, but I don't think that's probably going to work. Take a look. Ernest. Prepared gimmick change. Right there. Deploy creative idea. Perfect. We got it. All right. That's going to work. Okay, so it's in that section there. Okay. So it'll still be the same gimmick, but we'll just deploy the creative idea. Sweet. All right. Hopefully that'll work. That'll be very, very cool to see. What else are we going to do? Who else have we got? That's a good question. Haven't really done anything with the behemoths yet. We've still got Tanner. Tanner's face. We could have someone go over Tanner. Tanner the Mighty. Got Mark Speed. Mark Speed over Tanner. How good is Mark? Mark's still pretty damn good. I know he's 39 years old now, but I am still a fan. Maybe we put Seth over Tanner. Probably not. His popularity's too low. Tanner's got 63. Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Behemoths. I do love them. One of my favorite tag teams when booking TCW. Bradford, Bart. Troy Tornado as a face. Very interesting. fact that Quentin Queen has 51 popularity is pretty insane to me. Let's go Tanner versus Quentin Queen. I'm actually going to go Tanner over. Wonder if Tanner can actually go for 10 minutes. He got 42 stamina. That's pretty bad. We'll go 8. Tanner to get the win. Queen's a good guy to push. Yeah. Now that you mention it, the mid card is very old. Like the single mid card wrestlers. Maybe we scrap that one. And I might do a tag. And we'll go an old face team. Maybe like a Dazzling Dave Diamond and a Tanner against relatively younger guys, potentially. I'll go Quentin Queen and I want to go Seth, but yeah, Tanner needs to retire. I think Dazzling Dave Diamond and Benson. Similar sort of thing for, like, I guess Doc Hammond and is it Doc and where is he? One Man Army. Scout and Guide. So I think what I'm going to do with them is I'm going to turn Doc face eventually. He's going to leave the Syndicate or be kicked out of the Syndicate. And then essentially what I want to do is have the new wave reform as the old wave. And then I want to have a new heel team come in as the new wave, if that makes sense. So we had the old wave, and then we'll have the new wave, and the new wave will be the heels coming for the old wave, who are technically the new wave, but we're going to rename them as the old wave because they're old. That's a good way of going about it. All right, so I need another heel. Who have we got? We've got Flynn. Was never really a fan of Flynn, but he's actually pretty damn good. It might be Flynn at this point. What's Courtney look like? Still pretty average, but good entertainment skills on Courtney. What's his pop? 46. Too bad. Either Flynn. Flynn's 33 though. Courtney's only 28. I think Queen and Queen and Jeremy Courtney, they could actually be a team themselves, I feel like. Let's do that. They're both 28 as well, so that works out. We'll lower that to 8 minutes. And let's have Quinton go over Tanner. We'll make it tainted. We won't go clean. We'll go tainted. All right, what matches do we need? Storytelling and a wild brawl. I move that match back a little bit. That could probably be our wild brawl, to be honest. Most definitely. Okay, so wild brawl for this one. Albeit it's got two competitors that are very old and not super fit. Make this one storytelling with Aaron Andrews and Sammy back, and we're pretty much ready to go. I think we'll do one more angle. What do we do for the angle though? That's the question. Let me crack a drink here. I'm getting quite thirsty. I guess who haven't I really used that I think would be worth running an angle with? So we got Bradley, we got Duke, and we've got Rowdy Ryan Robertson. Maybe we just do an angle for those three. Maybe just a hype video. So Bradley Blaze. Where is he? Duke Freeman and Rowdy Ryan Robertson. Hype video for new stable, Pride of Texas. Pride of Texas, do I like that name? I don't know if I like Pride of... I like this. The Texas Rough Riders, that's good. Or we go the Patriotic Longhorns. Lone Star Legion, that is sick. Lone Star Legion. You definitely win the creativity award today, question mark. Lone Star Legion. We'll give them 6 minutes there as well. Save that. And again, script that as well, because I've got no popularity. I might use that one too. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. Lone Star Legion. We'll chuck that there. And I'll have the Cobras match be the Work the Crowd. What's their popularity like? 40? That's not too bad. That's mid-card. Yeah, both 40. We got 32 there for Goya and Kamimura, I should say. Yeah, good stuff. That'll work the crowd well. Did I actually put that on? I did. Okay. Everything else looks really good, and that's pretty much the show. We're at 81%, so we would not be penalised, which is perfect. Expecting a show of around 70% matches. I could probably lower some of these 12-minute matches, make them 8-minute matches, and then potentially do another angle. Do I want to give anyone else another angle? I could maybe do a Menace promo. Let me lower some of it. So let me lower this by 2, 8, and then this by 2 to 8. And then we'll chuck in a Menace angle. Are they still managed by Floyd? Killer Shark. Still managed by Floyd Goldworthy. So we might just do like a promo. We'll just do a promo. So Menace for both of the behemoths, and then we'll have Floyd be talking. Floyd, Killer Shark, Titan. So he's cutting a promo. I'm going to assume intimidation. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that works. Perfect. Perfect. The behemoths are hyped up by manager Floyd. Lovely. No, lower that to 4 minutes. Actually, I think we can do 5. So let's do 5. Fill in, improvise, scripted, perfect, save, done. And we'll chuck that one more back, perfect. All right, I like it, 77%, so we're a little bit lower, it's perfect. Let's do some pre-show stuff, just one match, nothing too serious. Cobras, they are working the crowd. Yeah, work the crowd, already switched on, feature to it. Pre-show. Can we do, what tag teams we got left? We could do Rich and Famous, actually. They could have a little pre-show tag match. In a losing effort, of course. They can take on Freeman and Rowdy Ryan Robertson. See if we got any chemistry between these two. I think that's a good beneficial way of seeing if we can actually get some chemistry between them. And we'll give Freeman the win because he's the only one with a decent amount of popularity. So the face team will go over. And I mean, if they have positive chemistry together, oh, it'd be chef's kiss. It'd be perfect for our Lone Star Legion. So we'll book that in. I forgot to make a pre-show as per usual. Lovely. And then stables. Let's add in our new stable. Is the Lone Star Legion. I might even potentially make a background graphic for them. Potentially. It is one of the new features, something that's... I didn't mean to do that. I'll go back to you. Okay. Perfect. Remember to check staff. It is easy to miss. Yeah, I probably should make sure who's refereeing and road agenting. I put it as a brotherhood with no real leader. Lone Star Legion. Yeah, I could see it being a brotherhood. Yeah. Kind of fits, yeah. No leader. I guess technically Bradley would probably be the leader if we were to... Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it as a gang. I like you said first, I see it as a brotherhood. So Bradley... Up here. Duke and Rowdy Ryan. Member. And we might add some further people to it in the near future. Important. Yep. That's all good. Add stable. We'll do a graphic up. I'll try and see how creative I can get and make a new little badge there for Lone Star Legion. Good entertainment skills. That's actually something I can check. Good idea. Bradley has relatively good 62 mic, 66 charisma, 57 for his acting. Duke's is a little bit lower, but he's quite young, so that will hopefully improve. And then Rowdy Ryan. Trying to get the doggo to stop barking. He's got slightly better entertainment stats than Duke. 54 mic, 66 charisma, and 57 acting. So yeah, not too bad. So Bradley's definitely the talker, but they can all talk. So I don't know if I want to get a manager. RDJ, that would be a good shout as well. Maybe something to think about in the future. Yeah, we're pretty much ready to run the show. Let's run our first show of TEW9. And we're 2 hours and 20 minutes into the live stream. We're only doing the first show now. So here we go. Ooh, this is all changed. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I don't know what to make of this. The crowd rating of 16. Wrestling rating of 37. with the segment rating being 42. You can see the crowd heat too. Is that the crowd rating or? Interesting. But yeah, we've got an initial rating of great there for Jackpot Jordan, initial rating of great there for Jake Idol, and a very good there for Rowdy Ryan Robertson. Good stuff. No positive chemistry with these two, but obviously we've got good chemistry between Idol and Jordan, and obviously tag team specialist bonus for them as well. Jackpot Jordan getting a small boost to charisma, penalised there for Jake Idol for losing to cartoonish or gimmicky gimmicks, and yeah, nothing there for Robertson. So yeah, it is what it is. Crowd heated end, expectant simmering, whatever that means. I'm assuming that the overall segment rating is still the same as the ratings we got on 2020. But we have Duke Freeman and Rowdy Ryan Robertson defeating Rich and Famous in 11:35 when Duke Freeman pinned Jackpot Jordan with a back suplex. Good match. Nothing too great. I mean, everybody in this match, well, 3 were on debut, and I think Freeman's only got about 24 popularity. So, yeah. All right, we then kick the show off with a 51 segment rating here, 45 wrestling rating for our opening match of our opening TV show for TCW, where we have the American Cobras defeating Goya and Kamimura in 10:22 when Storm Spillane pinned Daigo Goya with a fast roll-up, and the match was designed to work the crowd. Hopefully it did just that. Ooh. ECWA, good to see you, man. Appreciate the support from the WCW series, and yeah, like Question the Mark said, looking to try and transfer the series over, at least in some capacity. So we'll look at that once the full game drops. But we're gonna have some fun here with TCW. So yeah, good starting match, 51 for our first tag team match and our first TV show. Of course, that is not a pre-show match. Okay, we do really badly. For our first ever angle, we get a 19, which is an F rating, essentially. Yeah, we have a 6-minute video package focused on Bradley Blaze, Duke Freeman, and Rowdy Ryan Robertson. And yeah, the crowd was disinterested. I'm assuming a 6-minute pre-tape video might be too long for the for what it is. I'm assuming maybe video packages need to be shorter to keep the crowd more interested. So we're going to learn from that. Hopefully we won't. I think, do we have another hype video on the actual show? I'm not 100% sure, but anyway, that is the Lone Star Legion, being Bradley Blaze, Duke Freeman, and Rowdy Ryan Robertson. Maybe 1 minute? Yeah, I'm thinking like 1 minute, 2 minutes. I don't know. Taped interview? Yeah, I mean, I did everything live as well, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, we move on. Yeah. Okay, this one also does really bad. I probably should have looked at Mask Mauler's popularity. Yeah, we get a 14. A 14 rated match, not so good. Yeah, definitely a learning experience, that's for sure. So we got the Mask Mauler 7 here defeating Joey Philly in 4:47 by submission with an iron claw. And obviously the crowd were turned off. We got essentially 2 jobbers in the match, despite me trying to give the Mask Mauler a bit of a squash match. The crowd heat dying. That is That is like the worst thing that you can possibly think of. Crowd is dying. Hopefully we can revive him and bring him back to life. But a 43 in-ring there for Mars Mauler. Yeah. All right. We then go into a 55. Okay, so the crowd heat is dead. Despite a 55. That's actually not a bad rating, I feel like. Okay, anyway, we get a 55 rated angle here. We got Floyd Goldworthy with the Behemoths, Killer Shark, and Titan. Penalized being done to a dead crowd. So is the crowd dead for the rest of the show now? I'm assuming that's probably what that means. Interesting, another nice little feature though, I guess. To have to do something exciting to get them back. Okay, that makes sense. Hopefully, the Aaron Andrews Sammy back tag team match will bring him back a little bit. I like the feature too. It's something a little bit extra that adds to the booking, or I guess the way a show flows. But I'm happy with that. 55, not too bad. We then go into a 54 rated match with the crowd now warming up, which is good. So 54 rated tag match. We got Quinton Queen and Jeremy Courtney defeating Dazzling Dave Diamond and Tanner the Mighty in 7:38 when Quinton submitted Tanner after blatantly cheating. A few negatives. We got Quinton off his game. We got Dazzling Dave Diamond and Tanner the Mighty don't work well, so we got negative chemistry between those two. Perfectly fine. They're realistically both singles competitors at this point. Match was poorly placed as it was a wild brawl. Needed a hot crowd, which is never gonna be a hot crowd after the way we've essentially been running the show. So that's fine. And then Jeremy Courtney and Vita are an awkward pairing. So we need to take Vita off of Jeremy. Maybe put her on Quinton, potentially. Red hair might work. But a 54, not too bad. Crowd coming back, 55 rating there. 48 for the in-ring stuff. That's perfectly fine. Quinton being the standout in that one as well. All right, we then go into a 62. We've got the crowd simmering again, so good stuff. 62 rated match, or segment, I should say. We've got Daryl Devine defeating Matt Hocking in 8:04 by pinfall with a Divine Dream Drop. And we've actually got positive chemistry as well for Daryl and Hocking. So positive chemistry between these two, which is good because they're going to be feuding for a little while, especially this month for the World Tag Team titles. Good to see we got the crowd back though. I'm liking that. Hopefully the next angle will do some good stuff. It's not terrible. Still simmering at the end of it. We get a 54 rated angle where we have essentially the main event stable of Huggins, Hocking, and Remus. They're attacking Daryl Devine post-match, and then we have his tag team partner, Chance Fortune, run out and essentially make the save onto his tag team partner. So yeah, 54, not terrible. And then Freddie Huggins and Laura Huggins have great chemistry. Yeah, I think from this point on, we'll probably have them heating up even more. We then go into a 65 rated match where we have Aaron Andrews and Sammy Back defeating the Bruisers in 10:01 when Aaron Andrews pinned Dominic Rizzoli with a flying body press, and the match was designed to tell a specific story. Whatever that story is, I don't know, but yeah, good match, 65, happy with that. Still pretty low ratings, I feel like, for TCW. It feels a little low, especially with the popularity on this team. I feel like that should, not only the popularity, but the actual quality of the wrestlers. So we're getting penalties. Physical condition, as in the bodies are damaged. Maybe I'll turn house shows off. I might turn house shows off. But yeah, high risk moves. Being unable to use them. I'm going to turn that penalty off as well in the product settings. Because that's just going to penalize every single match that we do. And I really don't want that. 65, it is what it is. We move on. Alrighty, we actually have a decent angle for once. We get a 75 rated angle, hot and rising crowd heat. Lovely stuff. Basically just a backstage interview. I don't know if I actually said it a backstage. But T-Bone Bright being interviewed by Jason Azaria, essentially on the Syndicate. So obviously his opponent's Wolf Hawkins at the pay-per-view. And then he talks about Doc Hammond and Jalon Martins as well. Yeah, good stuff. Very good stuff leading into the future match. And then eventually the main event. All right, we go into 6-man tag, which does very well considering who's actually in this one. So we have the debut of Ernest Youngman and Logan Wolfsbane. And they team up with Joshua Taylor to defeat Elliot Thomas and Benny and the Fox in 8:14 when Joshua Taylor submitted Elliot Thomas with a butterfly lock. Got Ernest debuting the Assassin gimmick, getting an initial rating of great, and Logan debuting the Glorious gimmick, Glorious 1 gimmick, also getting an initial rating of great. So, yeah, good stuff. And yeah, the crowd is now hot at the end of the match. So, very happy with that. Gimmicks. Got a very marketable gimmick there for the Assassin, Ernest Youngman, sell more merchandise. Wins and losses have a greater impact on popularity changes than normal as well. It's very good. And then Logan just is given a large penalty to his microphone. Likely to rise for both of them. So perfect. Love to see it. Yeah, good match. Joshua Taylor doing some good work. Benny Benson, Jimmy Fox doing some good work in there as well. All right, we then go into a 63 rated television title match where we have Mighty Mo defeating Finn Slater. There's another very loud car goes past. Yeah, so Mighty Mo defeating Flint Slater in 10-10 by pinfall with a plunging spinebuster, and Mighty Mo making defense number 1 of his TCW television title. Mighty Mo off his game. A little bit frustrating. But yeah, another good match. 63 rated. Hot. We move on. We go into a 78 rated interview. Did I do interview? I thought I did promo. I might have accidentally done that. Anyway, doesn't matter. J Cord cutting a promo, as you can see there, onto Greg Gage. And yeah, white hot crowd. Perfect. I guess that's exactly what we want going into the main event. And that was a very good angle from J Cord. And the main event here for our first ever show on TEW9. Please let it be good because I need it. It's going to be good. It's an 80. It does what it needs to do. Okay. So in about, they had fantastic heat and great wrestling. We got J Cord and Wolf Hawkins defeating Greg Gage and T-Bone Bright in 1944 when Wolf Hawkins pinned T-Bone Bright with a full moon rising following interference from Doc Hammond. And then during the match, we also had Jalon Martins run in and attack Gage. So, good match. Bit of interference, costing T-Bone Bright. Obviously, Greg also being attacked there, which is essentially going to lead to a tag team match next week with Doc and Jalon taking on Greg Gage and T-Bone Bright. So, be a good match as well. But 80 rated main event. Very happy with that. Good stuff. Again, penalties are going to be the high-risk moves. And everyone for physical condition. So everyone's condition must be really bad. Segment was penalized for a noticeable botch. That's new. So somebody involved in this match has botched. Interesting. And it's actually given us a penalty for it. Okay. Anyway, very happy with 80. So, ooh, there we go. T-Bone Bright was angry after the match, upset that Wolf Hawkins almost injured him with a botched move. So Wolf botched. Of all people. Wow. Okay. We get a 76 rating there for the overall TV show. Yeah, it doesn't result in any popularity changes. And the show benefited from having quite a wide selection of angles as well. Got some real stinky segments in there. The 19 for Lone Star Legion is very frustrating. And then the 14 there for the Masked Mauler. I don't actually know how much better that would have made the show. Probably maybe 1 point better, slightly. So it's not that big of a deal, but it is a lot tougher to build pop in this one. That's probably not exactly a bad thing. It's probably going to lead to more longevity. But yeah, I'm happy with the 76. That's pretty good. So there's no injuries to review, although we almost had an injury from a botch at the end there. Financial report. So this is new as well from tonight's show. So it shows you a breakdown of the actual financial report from the show that you've just done. The workers, about 20,000. Show cost, just over 18. 750 on marketing. Overall profit of 266,000. So it shows you the ticket sales, the broadcast revenue, merchandise as well, which is really nice. And it tells you what the post-show finances are going to look like as well. Interesting. Like I was saying, starting off the show with one of your best matches or angles and then having likely lower rated after, then build it up for the main event is what I'm thinking would be a good strat. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, try and keep the crowd hot and then have a little dip and then bring them back up towards the end. That does make sense. Does make sense. Media scrum. Okay, so we can't actually do media scrums. We're too small. You need to be, say, big or large. It was either big or large. I don't know which one it was, but we are still medium. And we're probably going to be medium for a little while. Scrums are for events only. There we go. That makes sense. Yeah, Venus Angeletti, she's going to be coming in as well. We get a 2.54 TV rating in there as well. Nice. Gladiator. Okay. For some reason, I thought he was gonna like leave Raw and then go to other regions. Disregard that. Okay. Let's take a look at Ernest Youngman. Popularity. He's going to gain a decent amount as a result of that. So where do we run? We run Mid-South, 10 popularity. Up to 16 already. And Logan. Only up to 12, but he started on 4. So yeah, gained a little bit of popularity. It's good. Where is Rowdy Ryan? Up to 17 in the Mid-South, but he was already 17, so there you go. We might have them in a match instead of angles at the moment, I think. Or maybe we do bring in RDJ. Let's have a look. Ricky Dale Johnson. He does look very, very fitting for a leader. And he's got very, very good entertainment skills, so that was a very good shout. Let's sign him up as well. He can be their manager. I'm assuming it'd probably be, I was going to say a relatively good road agent, but no. He's got decent booking skill as well, so he could potentially maybe come in. Maybe as one of the bookers on my inner circle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking for the booking team. But definitely a very good manager for Lone Star Legion. He might actually be the leader of the Lone Star Legion. I think that's actually a good way to do it. So let's bring him in. see if he'll take a 10-year contract. I don't know if you know this yet, question the mark, but some workers will not accept a 10-year contract. They will refuse to sign for 10 years, and they will only sign for a specific amount of time. It's already happened to me once. I think it was with Supermassive Destroyer. Tried to give him a 10-year contract, and he refused it and said the maximum length would be 5 years. So I can no longer spam my 10-year contracts. I'm going to always try to do so, but we'll see how we go. How much did he want? He wanted 54,700. Okay. And he's going to want higher popularity as well. Maybe save it for stars. I gave it to like Ernest and Logan, because theoretically they are going to be stars down the line. Going to negotiate popularity here with RDJ. Going to want probably 25%, I would imagine. Trying to be stingy at this point. He's going to want 30%. Okay, there we go. He probably does have really good popularity. Yes, he does. Okay. He's definitely going to be the leader of the Lone Star Legion. 100%. Yeah. I know how good he was from... I think it was 2016 that he was like... Was he still wrestling on 2020? I don't think he was. I think he was done by then. Let's create another storyline. So let's go TCW Lone Star Legion. He was done in 2020? Okay. Yeah. I remember using him on 2016. Go Bradley Blaze. Duke. Rowdy. Kind of want to put Rowdy in quotation marks. It just doesn't look correct for me. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Let me... Also, one pet peeve I have. Roster, that button there needs to be moved here. They literally just need to swap those two around. End of year awards is going to be one of the least used tabs on the main menu. And roster is going to be the most used. And the fact that it's all the way on this side needs to be over here. It just doesn't make any sense. That's my only criticism of the way the menu looks. Obviously, it's exactly the same, essentially. It needs to be over here. That's one pet peeve that I really don't like. Simple fix, though. Simple fix. And hopefully people are saying that on the forums. Anyway. Yeah, let's advance. I think I'll do one more show and then we might end the live stream after that. So let's advance. Take another sip. Yeah, I'll head over to the suggestion forum. We'll take a look later. I'll probably do that off camera, off stream. All right, so there's Venus Angeletti coming in as a heel. Yeah, you still got the roster button down here, but I'm just the main menu screen here. I'm just used to it being over there. That's what you're used to using. And I feel like I only really use these when I'm in the sort of booking screen. I tend to use the main menu buttons more when I'm on the main menu screen, as you'd probably guess. So Venus Angeletti, she needs to manage. You can manage both of them, I think. So manager, Venus, save. And then same for Ernest. So she can do both of them. Let's see if I can change Rowdy Ryan's name. Character details, perfect. Literally just want to put quotation marks around it because it doesn't look natural to me. Good old Rowdy Ryan. It's in the bio there, but it's not in anything else. So save that. No. I hate that it does that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I hate it. One of another little pet peeve, but I've always had that pet peeve. If you don't make it an alter ego, I don't think it should change realistically on there. Anyway, we'll take a look at creative. So franchise players: Hawkins, Cord, Andrews, Greg Gage. Next big things: Jalen Martin's number 1, Quentin Queen, Goya. Interestingly enough, Logan Wolfsbane making number 4 as a new signing. And then number 5, Duke Freeman. Hot prospects, you got Ernest Youngman in at number 2. So he's 29 years old. He's pretty old now. You got Seth Whitehead down there. Goya appearing again. How good is Goya? He's not bad. He's average, nearly slightly above average, and he's only 22. But we're going to lose him anyway. So yeah, we've essentially got one more year left with him, and then he'll go back to Pride Glory. Talk the talk. We got Sammy back, number 1. You got Wolf Hawkins, Jay Cord, Aaron Andrews, and Mighty Mo of all people in at number 5. 86 star quality for Mighty Mo. Interesting that it doesn't actually tell you size anymore. It's just got their height and weight. Find that interesting. Showstoppers: Hawkins, Cord, Andrews, Back, and Gage. Generals, same thing except Aaron Andrews is in there, number 5. Josh Taylor in at number 4. Who's hot? All the guys I've already mentioned. T-Bone Brighton there, which is good. Who's not? Tanner the Mighty. And then Hidden Gems again. Tennessee William. Very, very familiar with him. Quite a good worker. I think he is definitely someone we should look at in the future. I don't want to bring too many people in here at the start. Corey Underwood. So he's a new worker in the game at the moment. Have him smash people with guitars. Yeah, it'll be the new Jeff Jarrett of the Seaverse. The talent, Corey Underwood. 88 star quality. I think we need to sign this guy straight away. Yeah. He's ridiculous. He's absolutely ridiculous. So I think I'm going to sign him and we'll send him down to Mid-Atlantic. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, question mark. I'm not willing to be tied down to a contract longer than 5 years. I tried to give him a 10-year contract, and he's refused it for a 5-year. 5 years is perfectly long enough, and he's going to want 10,000 as a result. That's perfectly fine as well. We'll give him 5 years. He's going to be an absolute star just by looking at him right there. 68 basics already, 51 psychology, average entertainment stats, but the 88 star quality, along with 71 charisma. He's going to be an absolute star. He reminds me of forget his name. Is it Will Beaumont? I think it was Will Beaumont on 2020, the Australian, who was similar, probably a little bit worse in ring, but had that really, really high star quality and was just incredible. Anyway, very good stuff there. Let's advance. I want to get into that next show. We'll book one more show and then I'll finish off. And maybe give a little bit of a rundown. I've sort of given my rundown throughout the live stream so far. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's good to get a new game. While it's very much based off of 2020, I like the new features. It's adding to a game that was already very good and very enjoyable, but just changing it up slightly so that it's more, I guess, more technical. It's probably the best way of saying it. All right, so there is Corey Underwood. We will have him be a face. And we're still negotiating there for RDJ, Ricky Dale Johnson. We've had our 2 house shows. I probably want to turn those off. Let's do that. So deactivate all days. And hopefully that'll allow people's bodies to go back up a little bit. Let me have a look at J Cord, for example. Okay. Very good physical health. It is only having a very minor negative impact upon his ability. Okay. Are there ways to improve your... I'm just going to turn it off for a little while, just while I sort of experiment and see if the bodies start to heal a little bit. Who else? Have a look at Sammy. Okay. It's all only minor stuff, but that's perfectly fine. Advance. Annihilus. Remember looking at him. He's always a go-to for local to global. I wonder if a second show would be a decent idea. Alright, there we go. Ricky Dale Johnson, perfect. Yep, he'll come in as a face, and he will be the new leader of the Lone Star Legion. And he will be the main talker as well. Let's modify that. We'll go with Rowdy. Oh, where is he now? Is he going to be at the top? He is too. Okay. And then we'll go Duke, and then we'll go Bradley. We'll go Ricky Dale Johnson, member. Change to leader. And then we'll add member there for Ryan Robertson as well. Cool. Oh, I put in Bradford Peverell. Bradley Blaze, perfect. Oops daisies, alright. Looks a lot better. It's not clear where they fit in at the moment. Main event's not a major player, and then the Syndicate is hugely important for TCW. Okay. Let's do this next show. I think I might have Ernest and Disregard. I was going to have them. Yeah, I think we'll definitely add another stable down the line, potentially. The Force has joined US Pro. Random. They could feud with Ernest stable. That's my thought process of who they're going to fight. A little bit down the line, maybe 3 months down the line. Once we can sort of establish both of them to a point where they're sort of, I guess we got Bradley Blaze, who is probably considered a mid-carder already, which is good. As you can see, 43 popularity, but both Duke and Ryan haven't really got any popularity, and then obviously all of Steel City have no popularity at all. So I want to build them up a little bit. We've already got morale issues. Why is Maverick irritated? Irritated at disliking the choice of chief enforcers. Rightio. He doesn't like one-man army, I guess. Tempted to give Maverick a mini push. Yeah. Who's tough in the locker room? RDJ might be a good shout. Lots of people considered tougher. And he has a relaxed personality. Like how the C-Verse is at 2022. Yeah, so do I, but the way I see it is the C-Verse is so expansive and there's so many details in it. That it would be very difficult to advance a whole 4 years in the C-Verse. It would take a lot of stuff to go through to get everything up to a decent level. And there'd be wide scale changes, new workers, a lot of extra effort. There's probably a lot of new workers in the game as it is, but it would, massively add to it. It would probably make it a very difficult issue to have to deal with. Yeah. So, like, I would rather the 2-year increase on the C-Verse with more developed features added to the game, like he's done, as opposed to just advancing an extra 4 years into the future of the C-Verse. Realistically, down the line, people are going to mod the game anyway, and they're probably going to do, a 2024 version of the C-Verse anyway. So I think that's something that the, database creators are going to be doing regardless, and it'll be something that we can enjoy in the near future after we enjoy this as the way it is. Anyway, that's my thought process on it anyway. Yeah, alt mods. The mods are going to come out. The databases. They're definitely going to come out in the future. Eliminate unsuitable. Didn't realize we could do that. Ill-suited candidates. Interesting. So he's well suited to the role, but there's people that are considered tougher. So yeah. Only one for the job. Oh well. What about locker room leaders? Professional personality for Andrews, stalwart for Hill, lively, professional. What's Doc? So Doc's stalwart. I feel like a professional locker room leader would probably be what you want. I mean, Joshua Taylor, stalwart as well. Back and Andrews. Back's a good shout. He's got lively personality though. I think we'll go back, and then I'll do one more. I feel like Joshua Taylor might be the option. Either him or Dean Daniels. I'll go Dean Daniels actually. I want a professional, I want a stalwart, and I want a whatever back was, lively. Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues, but it could have its benefits, I think. So we've still got two options there, two options for enforcers, morale officers. We've got class clown. Probably don't want to make that people person for Peveril. Lively people person for Hapstander, the referee. Irrepressible for Dazzling Dave Diamond. Ooh. Could do Dazzling Dave Diamond. Got Mighty Mo, Irrepressible as well. People person. Yeah, that'll probably be this one. For Dokes. Supermassive Destroyers, people person as well. That's pretty funny. Tanner the Mighty. I'm probably going to get rid of Tanner, so I don't think we'll make him Dokes for talent relations. That's not a bad shout either, I feel like. I think for this one, I'm going to go with Dazzling Dave Diamond. Irrepressible, good personality. I was always a big fan of Dazzling Dave Diamond as well, so... And we're going to keep him around regardless, so I think he'll be a good... I was going to go Mighty Mo, but he's probably a little bit too young. Probably less experienced as well. So we'll give it to Dazzling Dave Diamond. I got Brent Hill for our trainer. Already set that one up. And then I've got Joel Bryant for our senior road agent. Is John? Yeah, I think he is the best. Is he not? Yeah, probably. Highest experience and respect there as well. So perfect. Love that. What else? Talent relations. Maybe ooh. We go with Ricky Dale. Thinking Ricky Dale for our head of talent relations. Because Ricky Dale's got to have a high level of respect. I mean, look at that. Experience 100, respect 100, reputation 100 as well. I think that's a good shout. And we haven't actually picked RDJ for anything either. I'm going to go RDJ. Relaxed, so he'll do some good work in that job, I think. And there we go. That's the updated inner circle. Booking team. Do I want to add him to the booking team? I might take a little look at that. I wonder if we can look at people on the next live stream for people that have a high booking skill. And maybe I bring them in to be a part of the booking team. To essentially gain extra points. Extra, is it CA? CE? CE. Anyway, let's advance. Let's get into the show. I want to book this one. Give the night off. I mean, I'd want to give maybe T-Bone the night off, but I need to use him. So we won't do anyone. Tonight's venue. Let's go to... we'll go San Antonio. Pretty sure San Antonio is the essential home of Total Championship Wrestling, so That makes sense. We begin the meeting with 123. And this takes our total up to 341. I think what we'll do is we'll go creative finish. Go main event week 2, 2022, or I guess Jan 2022. So we'll do that one. Yeah, we'll do it eventually. I don't really want to do it now. I just want to make sure that we're sort of doing the best we can in the spiritual home of TCW. So maybe this first month we'll run in the Mid-South, and then we'll start venturing out across America. Let's do an angle idea as well, because I want to use that creative energy for the Lone Star Legion with RDJ, his first angle. And I think we'll just leave it at those two. I've only got 160 points left. Perfect. Locker room incidents, what do we got? Ooh, hot gossip in the locker room. Vita and T-Bone Bright are seeing each other. Okay. Ricky Dale Johnson has been talking to Corey Underwood a lot recently, seems to be having some degree of influence over his behavior. Interesting. I wonder if he can try and improve that sleazy personality that Underwood has. That would be interesting as well. Laura Catherine Huggins entertained the locker room by organising a poker tournament. I got Dean Daniels and Joel Bryant have really bonded backstage, having discovered a shared love of pigeons. That is ridiculous. But they're essentially road agents together. So I wonder if they have a positive friendship together now. Probably. So Brent Hill ran a pre-show training drills on basics and safety for 7 students. It's good. We're done. Perfect. Team bonding. Shall we do? Is there a way to strengthen me and T-Bone Bright? Doesn't look like it. Maybe me and Jay Cord? I don't know what that did, but there we go. All right. Let's book. So, main event. What are we going to do for the main event? Hadn't really thought about this one, actually. Oh, strengthen all of those relationships. Right. Wow. That's ridiculous. That almost seems like a little bit overpowered, but we'll take it. So, this is potentially a risky main event, but it's going to be T-Bone Bright versus Doc Hammond, depending on Doc's popularity. Another sneeze. Glad I caught it. 61 pop. I think that's good enough, actually. We're going to give this one a boost anyway. Sort of main event. What's T-Bone's, actually? 70s? Yeah, perfect. All right. So T-Bone's going to get the win. It's going to be open, called, slow built, clean, and we're going to have Wolf at ringside. And then we'll probably have an angle rematch as well with Wolf cutting a promo onto T-Bone, maybe with Doc as well. So that's perfect. Let's book that. Very happy with that. Can I actually use... How do we use our thingamajig, our creative energy? Gotta be a way. Creative finish, is it in there? Did I just miss it? Ah, creative finish. Main event, week 2, perfect. All right, good to see. It seems like they're making it kind of difficult to find out where these things are. I know, like, it wasn't too hard to find it in the angles, but that's like right above the special extras. It's slightly hard to find. Maybe a bit of a criticism about that. Maybe it's just the findability. Yeah, it's new. I know eventually you get the hang of it, but I feel like playability, you want it to be like somewhere on this main screen, somewhere you can just click, choose, done, as opposed to having to go into the road agent note, doing it that way. But yeah, that's fine, perfect, lovely. It's exactly what I wanted to do for that one. Like I said, I want to do an angle as well. Quick angle, go 6 minutes, cutting a promo. And it's going to be Wolf Hawkins with Doc onto T-Bone. He'll be off screen. It's a bit of a weird design choice. It just seems weird that you have to go into the road agent notes to use it, when it's like such a main new feature of the game. Anyway, it is what it is. It's still in there, so it doesn't really matter. I guess we just go non-speaking appearance essentially for Hammond. And let's have Hawkins cuts promo on T-Bone. Rematch. Wants Doc to injure him. Something simple, something easy. Love that. Fill an angle. Yep, 6 minutes. I will actually improvise that one. That one's fine. Cool, like that. What else have we got? Let's do a... we've got that match, the H2WO match. I might actually put that on first, which is going to be Chance versus Remus. Let me book that match before I forget about it. Roderick Remus. And we'll give the victory. Who won last week? Daryl won last week, so we'll give a win to Roderick. I think he's essentially like the leader. I don't know if it's actually listed that way, but Steal the Show can be a good opener. Have a look at 70 psychology, 83 psychology. Roderick is very good. Roderick is very good indeed. Called. Okay, we can just call it. Okay. That all looks good. Let's keep adding matches. Give the Cobras a big win over Rich and Famous. They're going to get their debut on the main card, on the main show. We'll give Marvel the win this time. It's perfectly fine. Again, script decisive. Clean, I should say. It's going to take some getting used to as well. That one's fine. Who else have we got to use? Yeah, got to use Andrews, but I wanted to... Let's have a singles match between Greg Gage and Jalen Martins. That was from the last show as well. I'll give this one 8 minutes. Greg obviously getting the win. Open script decisive. Easy. And we might even have a promo post, or let's do another interview. Post-match interview. So interviewee will be Greg Gage, Jason Azaria, and then the target will be Jay Cord. Let's have both of them being interviewed at the same time. We'll go in the ring as well. Segment name is going to be Gage and Cord interviewed post-match in relation to pay-per-view match. Didn't spell it correctly. Yeah, we can... I'll give it 8 minutes for that one. We'll improvise it as well. Live, generic. Save that. Have a 2-part where Cord pile drives him. Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. So let's do 5 minutes part 1. Save that. Add new part. 3 minutes. Then I'll do Cord attacks Gage. Tries to break his neck. Yeah, that's fine. Then a storyline victory? Yeah, agreed. Is there a way to go into it and change it? I have to add them for that part. Greg. Victim. J. Gonna be hacker. Cool. Alright, that works. Ugh. Change it to fighting for Cord. How do I do that? Selling injury for Gage. Is that pretty much what it is? So victim attacker, we call her. It says it's going to wipe it if I go into it. Yeah, no, that's going to wipe it. Oopsies. Go back. The red agent notes. I'll go regular storyline victory. Still there. Button bump for Gage. We call to this one. Perfect. All right. My generation, and then winner is going to be Jay. Yeah, so we'll add that one there. Regular storyline victory. Jay gets a regular victory over Greg. Okay, I think that works out pretty well. Let's see what happens. 8 minutes of angle. Part 2, we need to make that 3. Save. Part 1, 5. Perfect. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Takes it on the concrete. We won't do concrete. But I do like the angle next week, the proton lock. So I think that looks pretty good. I think hopefully that's going to work. 8 minutes long, 2-part angles, my first 2-parter. We'll see how it goes. So we'll chuck that post-match, as it says in the segment name. So it's still the Lone Star Legion to do as well. Okay. So let's... What else am I going to add here? Let's have a singles match. Maybe Quinton Queen, pop, 56. Quinton Queen going over Troy Tornado. Maybe I use Jay Cord and put him over Tornado. Yeah, I'm really liking the new features as well. That was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do Troy Tornado instead of Quentin Queen there. Jay Cord just getting a nice, easy victory there as the world champion. That'll go a little bit further back. I'll add a tag match in between those two as well. Maybe another 6-man. No, let's do this. This is what I wanted to do to start it. So let's have the Cobras taking on Ernest and Logan. Series. We'll give that 8 minutes. It doesn't need to be too much. Hopefully they are recognizable. I need to find out where it says that on here. It doesn't really say it anywhere. I guess when you're booking the match, it probably says it. Yeah, both considered recognizable. And then if I go to like our heels, unimportant by the fans, and then Logan's going to be unimportant by the fans. Let me check. Is Bradley Blaze? He's also considered recognizable. He's got cool momentum, which I don't really like. We might do a 6-man pre-show tag, 6-man tag on the pre-show with Lone Star Legion. Let me add RDJ as the manager for all of them as well. I need to make sure I do that. But that's going to be a good starting match, I feel like. I might work the crowd with this one as well. I mean, the level of talent in this match is very high. Obviously, the popularity is low from the other side of the team. And then let's go with a... Oops. Did I already do this match? No. I wanted to do this match though, didn't I? So yeah, Marvel wins, Logan can lose. I want to keep Ernest a little bit stronger than Logan, so it's perfectly fine. We can actually call this match as well. Not slow build it though. We'll go clean as well because it's going to be the American Dragons. They're essentially going to probably be our next tag team champions, the American Cobras. So used to saying the American Dragon because of Bryan Danielson. But anyway, from the WCW series. All right, so that's sorted out. That's going to be our match starting the TV show here today for this one. Then I want to have another, maybe go a 6-man. See what we got left. We'll chuck Andrews, Peverell, and Mighty Mo, maybe 1-man army together. Let's do that instead, and then they can just take on the heel team of Vince Slater. Actually, we'll go Joshua Taylor in there first. Mark Speed, who I haven't used yet. And Maverick. Give that one 10 minutes as well. Give Aaron Andrews. Actually, let's give Bradford Peverell the win. And the loser can be Maverick, because I'm not a big fan of Maverick at all. We'll make it clean as well. The face team can go over. I do like Bradford Peverell. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. 1-man army aiding T-Bone against Doc Hammond. Maybe do a little tag team match there as well. Alrighty, so let's book that one there, and that'll actually go back here. Split up the J-Cord, Greg Gage matches, which I like a lot. And let's do some angles. So, I think we'll make... I already did that Cobras match, didn't I? I think we'll change this one. We'll change it from the Cobras to Benny and the Fox. Yeah, that works out better. And then we'll give Benny Benson the win. It's perfectly fine. And that just changes that. Makes it a little bit nicer, a little bit cleaner. All right. And I'd rather have the Cobras in that first match. So let's do angles. Let's first of all do a... I think we'll do a 4-minute... we'll go 5-minute promo. So 5-minute quick angle. Literally just a promo. And we'll have, RDJ, Ricky Dale Johnson cutting a promo. Have Bradley Blaze... Do I want them cutting a promo with RDJ? I don't know. Or do we just have them in the angle? I think we'll just have them in the angle. So let's go with Duke. Let's go with Rowdy Ryan Robertson. Yeah, we'll go. Is there a background option? Background player. Cool. Okay, that works out. They're not going to have a target. They don't need to have a target. RGJ returns as the leader of the Lone Star Legion. He's going to hype up his country boys, being Bradley Blaze, Duke Freeman, and Ryan Robertson. Cool. So 5 minutes for that one. Yes, overwrite that. Well, I think we'll improvise it, actually. I think we improvise it. So let's add that. And then... yeah, he's very good on the mic, so we'll let him cook. I think it's going to advance the storyline anyway. And then let's add in our angle idea as well. Hopefully that'll boost it up a little bit more. And yeah, we should be sweet. That looks pretty... These are the things that you really... Sometimes you just need to pay attention, and I was not paying attention. I don't know if that's a bug or if I literally just missed that. I'll have to have a look the next time I do that. But I guess I gave it to Mighty Mo without even realizing. I wonder if I go... Let me remove that for a second. Book the segment. Let me go back into here. Oh. I wonder if it's a random. A bit of a gamble. I wonder if it's a random person on the roster. Or if it actually states who can use it at a certain time. I didn't realize that. So I'm going to have to take another look at that for the next show. A lot of them are random. That makes sense. That's a little bit frustrating. But yeah, it's a restriction to Mighty Mo, which is not bad because Mighty Mo's a very good talker. And I might even give him an angle on this show. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We don't realistically need that match to be... well, that angle to be super special. With RDJ anyway, it's probably going to be pretty good. So we'll leave it there for now. And then I might just do... yeah, I'll just have a Mo angle. It makes sense. Maybe a contract signing between him and what's his name? In the storyline with Slater. Might do a contract signing for the pay-per-view. The fast rising Flint Slater. Let's try that. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It's only gonna tank, you know. So contract signing. We'll have Jason Azaria be the host or the moderator, and then Mighty Mo and Flint. Non-title match, it's a pay-per-view. I know it's the television title, but it's going to be a rematch. We did that match last week. Working the crowd. Is that what the contract signing angle is? I essentially want have a special stip. That's a good idea. First blood match. I think we'll go a first blood match. Essentially playing into the background of the MMA fighting style of Flint Slater. Let's go with. I want him to be cutting a promo though. I want to use his entertainment skills, and then I want him being Flint Slater to be like a intimidation. But I don't know if Flint Slater has menace. I assume he would. He signs it with Mo's blood. That is a very good idea. Let's do that. Slater signs with Mo's blood. I like that. Very good. 5 minutes for that one as well. I think that's fine. Probably even be shorter than that, to be honest. We'll script this one because I'm not sure how good his name Slater, Flint Slater's. So he wins that angle. Yeah, we'll give him a minor win. I don't want to give him too much. I'm not exactly a big fan of him. The minor storyline change: Mo vs Slater, Flint Slater. It's a win on Mighty Mo, and then angle. Duck that one in there. Okay. Cool. Yeah, he wins. He wins this angle, but he's going to lose at the pay-per-view for sure. Mo doesn't want a script. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. We'll chuck that one there. Pretty much at the start of the show. Hopefully, it'll be a good angle to get everybody else up for the show. I might even make this our Wild Brawl. I know Troy Tornado has good brawling. Obviously, Ford, he's pretty much good at everything. So, non-title match, and then we need a storytelling match. We'll go with Benny and the Fox and Rich and Famous for that one. Perfect. And the Cobras will work the crowd once again. They're our storyline heat after the show. Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. But let's do another 6-man tag. So I wanted to do Blaze, Duke, and Robertson taking on. Let's do the Elite and Seth Whitehead. 12 minutes for that. And then we'll go Bradley Blaze to win. Hopefully get Bradley a little bit of momentum back. That'd be nice because he's cooled momentum at the moment, which I don't really like, especially for someone I'm trying to push. And there we go. So there's no positive chemistry between Robertson and Freeman. But it is what it is. Anyway, let's book that pre-show match. So Seth was about to complain about the booking of the match, and then my character Rowdy Ryan Robertson cracked his knuckles and essentially intimidated Seth Whitehead out of complaining about the match, that it's the way it's booked. Anyway, we'll give that a decent amount of time there as well. We've got one more angle we can do. The Cord and Gage angle might be a better start. I think I might just go with a Sammy back angle in some way. I want someone to attack Sammy back, and we start a new storyline. So who have we got? Maybe the Behemoths attack Sammy back. at the behest of Floyd Goldworthy. Let's do that. So, quick ad. Let's go 5-minute promo from Sammy. By himself, cutting a promo. On his career in TCW. So 5 minutes for that. And then he's going to be attacked. Yeah, maybe back and mystery partner. And we could do someone cool. The Behemoths attack Buck. At the behest of Lloyd. So let's do that. That's part 1. Add new part, part 2. Part 2 will give it 3 more minutes. Save that. Part 2 I want scripted, I think. Then we'll add workers in. I think we'll give back. I only want the angle to be 8 minutes long though, so I think we'll give. It's either I'll do 6 and 2 or 5 and 3. Maybe 6 and 2 is better. So part 2, we need Sammy. Oops. Sammy to be victim. I might even do it a different way. I might have Killer Shark attack Sammy, have Titan be intimidation, and then Lloyd with nothing to say, essentially. Or maybe promo, maybe cutting a promo. Anyway, let's work this out. So needs to be Sammy as a victim into part 2. We need yeah, if that's an option, I'll do that. So Killer Shark attack. Titan to be intimidation. And then Floyd to be I'm thinking cutting a promo. So it's essentially going to be Floyd, telling Killer Shark to attack him. I think that works if he's cutting a promo, because that's the way the angle reads when I write it out there. So let me book that. 5. I'm gonna go 6 with that, and then 2 with this. Save that. So scripted. Can I have part 1 be improvised? No. They both have to be scripted by the look of it. That's frustrating. Yeah, frustrating. If you want to add this part here, if you want to add more details, yeah. I'm fine with the segment name being. All right, we'll go improvisation. We'll see how it does. So part 1 is angle. Save that. Part 2 is angle. Save that. Perfect. All right. We'll have that kick off the show, I think, because obviously it'll be Sammy talking about his career. Change this to steal a show for Cobras and Ernest and Logan. Cool. That looks pretty good. That is pretty much the entire show done. I think it looks a lot better than last week's show as well. Let's run it. Alrighty, so we start off with a 51 rated pre-show 6-man tag. We have Lone Star Legion, Bradley Blaze, Duke Freeman, and Rowdy Ryan Robertson defeating Seth Whitehead and the Elite in 11:44 when Bradley Blaze pins Seth Whitehead with a Dallas drop. And yeah, Ryan Robertson weak link with a 30 in ring. Everybody else doing pretty well. Yeah, good stuff. Storyline starts. I forgot to add a storyline. Let's return a booking screen here. And let's add a storyline. We'll call it Winding Down. Alright, it's going to be Sammy back, Killer Shark, Titan, and Floyd. There we go. Winding Down. Perfect. Continue the show. All right, we start off the show with an 82 rated angle. Very, very good rated angle. So obviously part one, we've got Sammy back coming out and cutting a promo. Excuse me. And then part two, we've got Killer Shark attack Sammy back. And then Floyd's obviously cutting a promo with Titan looking ever intimidating. Killer Shark performed poorly, probably due to the improvisation, I would imagine. But then I'm assuming that's probably going to help Sammy's first part of the angle there. But a very good rating, 82 rated for a double part, hot and rising crowd as well. Good way to start the show. All right. We then move into a 55 rated match. So you've got to be kidding me. I've just looked down here. Oh, God. 55 rated match. Very good match, to be fair. We have the American Cobras defeating Ernest Youngman and Logan Wolfsbane in 8:25 when Marvel Malloy pinned Logan Wolfsbane with a Cobra strike. And the match was designed so the wrestlers could go out and steal the show. And we have negative chemistry, zero chemistry, in fact, between Ernest Youngman and Logan Wolfsbane. Zero chemistry. You got great chemistry there for Ernest Youngman and Venus Angeletti, so that's good. And then Logan is getting better at his gimmick as well. So, little bit frustrating. That could have been a good way to get him over. Yeah, they can be in 6-man tags. I might take Venus Angeletti off of Wolfsbane, but I want to give him a singles match first. And then, yeah, Venus getting a great initial rating for her Italian-American princess gimmick. Giving a small boost to charisma during matches and angles. Good match. All right, we then move into a 72 rated angle where we have the contract signing between Mighty Mo and Flint Slater, with Jason Azaria being the host. Mo, of course, cutting a promo, which has probably helped this segment out quite a lot. And yeah, Flint Slater essentially is intimidating, and then obviously, let's say that he uses the pen, stabs Mighty Mo in the head, causes a bit of a bleed to his forehead. Then, like Question the Mark said, he's going to use that blood and then uses his finger to sign the contract. And the first blood match is going to be booked for the pay-per-view for our television championship. All right, we then go straight into a 77 rated match. Very good. We've got Jay Cord defeating Troy Tornado in a bit of a throwaway match. There's no real, I guess, meaning behind this match, shall we say, in 10:20. That's by pinfall with a cradle pile driver. Good match. I forgot to turn off the moves penalty, the high risk moves. Damn it! I need to do that. All right, 77, very happy with that. We then go into a 69 rated angle where we have the re-debut of Ricky Dale Johnson in TCW, and he emerges as the leader of the Lone Star Legion. And he's essentially accompanied by Ryan Robertson, Bradley Blaze, and Duke Freeman. And yeah, we get a 69 with an actual, spoken promo for the Lone Star Legion. And yeah, RDJ getting an initial rating of great for his Texas Fist Fighter gimmick, which again goes on with the Lone Star Legion's sort of premise or basis, I guess. And he was superb working without a script. And he was also fantastic with his performance. So very good stuff. Another great gimmick there as well for us. A little bit penalty for comedy and comedic bouts, but he's not going to be used in that regard. Just hoping that these three guys get some popularity increase as a result of this, because they're essentially background players, which means they don't really have a speaking role or a direct involvement in the actual angle. Anyway, we move on. We go into a 73 rated 6-man tag. We've got Aaron Andrews, Bradford Peverell, and One Man Army defeating Joshua Taylor, Mark Speed, and Maverick in 9:47 when Bradford Peverell pinned Maverick with a dream left hook, and Aaron Andrews head and shoulders above everybody else. Still got a very hot crowd as well. Good match. We then go into another 73 rated match. This one we have Greg Gage defeating Jalen Martins in 8:02 by submission with a proton lock. And the match did so well because Gage and Martins have great chemistry as well. So good to know for the future because Jalen Martins is very good. He's only 22 and he's got a big upside as well. All right, we then go into a 77 rated angle, another two-parter, shall we say. We have an interview in the ring post-match with Greg Gage. Jay Cord comes out, sort of interrupts the interview by Jason Azaria, and essentially sways Azaria to speaking about their match at the pay-per-view and how Jay Cord essentially says that he's going to be able to beat Greg Gage and he's going to represent his father, Ripcord, and represent the Cord family name as the World Heavyweight Champion. And yeah, then we saw Jay Cord attack Greg Gage, giving him the cradle pile driver, leaving him down and out. And yeah, that actually did an 86 rating. So much better second part. Maybe Azaria lowering the rating a little bit, potentially. Jay Cord, of course, getting a regular storyline victory over Greg Gage. Decent improvising there for Jay Cord. Can't really see any negatives there. Yeah, interesting. Jay Cord improvised well, came across well, good stuff. 77. We then go into a 55 rated match where we have Benny and the Fox defeating Rich and Famous in 10-12, when Benny Benson pinned Jake Idol with a shockwave from Next Year. This is our storytelling match. We've got Jackpot Jordan getting better at his gimmick as well. Of course, these two have great chemistry when teaming together. Good stuff. Happy with that. 55 is pretty good. And the crowd is still very hot despite the lower match rating or segment rating, shall we say. We then go into a 63 rated match where we have a bit of revenge from last week. Roderick Remus defeating Chance Fortune. Of course, the main event did lose their match last week despite beating down Daryl Devine post-match. And they beat him in 10:05 by pinfall with a brainbuster. So the leader, Roderick Remus, doing some big things, getting a big win over Chance Fortune. And I guess putting the main event back on the front foot. As, Huggins and Hocking will be defending their tag team titles against Divine Fortune at the pay-per-view. Good match. We then go into a 73 rated interview here. And of course, it's only Wolf Hawkins and Doc Hammond. It's It says interview here, but I think that's because when you do the quick one, I don't think it changes from an interview. There's 3 types. There's interview and then there's angle, and I don't think it changes that type, like essentially what it's classing it as. So I need to have a look at that. But yeah, Wolf Hawkins cutting a promo with Syndicate member Doc Hammond onto T-Bone Bright, who is off screen but still on screen, which is strange. Anyway, good stuff there. Hawkins' masterful job improvising interactions came across well. Doc was underwhelming despite having a non-speaking appearance. I don't know. Anyway, 73 rated, leading into the main event. Crowd's very hot as well, which is still pretty good. And the main event absolutely bombs. And interestingly enough, the creative finish was a failure. We get a 66 rating here for our main event. T-Bone Bright defeating Doc Hammond in 20 minutes 1 second by pinfall with a T-Bone lariat. Yeah, the creative finish failed. It was a failure. So I'm wondering how bad that has cost a penalty. Because the match itself, it gets a 66, which is actually still pretty good, considering the in-ring performances of T-Bone and Hammond. And they also have great chemistry, so that's going to help out that segment rating as well. But let's take a look at the dirt sheet. So everything looks good. Obviously, physical condition, low morale for T-Bone as a result of last week. Iris moves again should have changed that. Here, segment rating was penalized for a failed creative finish. So it failed, and it's definitely dragged that overall rating down for the segment, which is frustrating. Yeah, it is a gamble. You're exactly right. Might not want to risk that one on the main event. It was rated as risky and not surefire. Okay, yeah, I probably should have looked at that. Yeah. Should have checked that a little bit more. But there we go. That's our first creative finish failure. Interesting. Let's finish the show. We get a 71. We lose popularity in 11 regions. So we might be dropping back down to 74 popularity. I still think that's a really good show, personally. I think we've been robbed a little bit in that main event. I think we've been robbed. I think that Doc Hammond is probably better than a 66 with T-Bone Bright in the main event. Yeah. A lot of good ratings, though. A lot of good ratings. There's no stinkers either, which is good to see. No yellow or below ratings. Let's finish the show there. Financial report. 263,000. Good stuff. Popularity recap. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I like this breakdown, though. I'm glad we actually get to see this. So it's going to tell you exactly the popularity that you increase every show. That is something I have wanted in this game for so long. Probably since I started playing back in 2013. Perfect. Exactly what I want. Double thumbs up for that feature. That is perfect. Tells you the decreases. It's going to tell you the increases as well, which is great. Obviously, we've lost points there, but it is what it is. We're down to 74. Not a big deal either. Like, we can easily sort of gain that back up once we exactly know what we're doing with everything. So there we go. Post-show complete. And we are done. And that is going to wrap up the live stream as well. We're at 4 hours on the dot. That is perfect. So let's go back to the main screen here, and we'll take a quick little look at things. And yeah, I agree. I think the show was pretty perfectly booked, to be honest. Aaron Andrews' opinion. Ernest Youngman is a natural talker. He's worth giving promo time, in my opinion. Agreed. Dean Daniels. Jalen Martins is going to be a star, in my opinion. He's worth pushing hard. Also agree with that, 100%. And the TV rating drops quite a bit, 2.27. Not great. Not great. So yeah, there we go. That is TW9, my first gameplay, first impressions of a lot of different things. I think overall, the added features are all a big positive in my opinion. I can't see any of the features that have been implemented being bad in my opinion. The inner circle's very good. I like that. I think it could have there could be maybe more to it potentially, more detailed, but it's a good start. I'm very happy with that. The booking team, interesting. The way that this is created and the whole point system. And I think I like the creative energy and the way you can use it to gain those little bonuses for things. Like we just had, we had a failure for the match one, and it was a big risk in the main event, and it backfired massively. So good to see that it can work in terms of Ernest Youngman's gimmick. You know, it helped that potentially, you know, get a great initial rating. And then on the other hand, we destroyed our main event as a result of it as well. Also, the Mighty Mode promo. The fact that it's random is also a good thing, because I could see if it wasn't random, I could see people, myself included, using it to just continually try and get bonuses or positive effects for either one or two workers that we're trying to push up the card. And I could see that being spammed a lot, as a lot of other things have been in the past. So yeah, there we go. That is going to wrap up the live stream. Overall, TW9, big thumbs up in my opinion. Very happy. Can't wait for the full game to drop as well. We've got, what, less than a week, so very happy with that. And yeah, expect some more. Yeah, expect some more live streams in the near future. We're going to continue with TCW here and play out the rest of the beta as well. So yeah, make sure you drop a like on the live stream, guys, before you head off. And as per usual, make sure you subscribe for all the future content coming out. There's going to be a lot. We're going to try and revive the WCW My Son the Trader series here on TW9 as well, which will be really good. And yeah, just want to say thank you, all you guys, for the support. All the guys that tuned into the live stream as well. All the commenters, the chat getting involved, helping me as well. I might do a little shout out for everyone as well. So obviously, Question the Mark's been here for quite some time. Massive help to me. But we got TEW as well. We've got, if I scroll up a little bit further, got ECWA. Big ups to everyone. And I can't actually go back up to the start. That's frustrating. Why can't I go all the way back? Yeah, all the guys that tuned in right at the start that were hyping me up as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, that is going to be it. As always, guys, take it easy and goodbye.